Board meeting of the Board of Education for D38. D38 maintains a web page on lewispalmer.org through which members of our public can find our live streaming information, meeting records, as well as presentations and resources which we will review and discuss during this meeting. It's our distinct privilege tonight. Oh, we need to have a roll call first, sorry. Almost forgot. Ms. Wood.
Mr. Clausen?
Here.
Ms. Phillips?
Here.
Mr. Schwartz?
Here.
Mr. Taylor?
Here.
And I believe Ms. Upchurch is delayed in traffic but on her way.
Moments away is what I'm told. Now, it's our distinct privilege to have our Pledge of Allegiance led by our local American Heritage Girls Troop, CO 2017, Pioneers and Patriots, and their troop leader is Rebecca Stone. Thank you very much. That was awesome. Ms. Stone, would you like to just introduce your group at all and just for a moment?
Sure.
Just to give them some recognition? I'd like that.
Yes. So these young ladies are a part of what we call American Heritage Girls. We are a character development program for girls 5 to 18 years of age. And one of the things we focus on is service to our community. And the girls are working on their citizenship and government badge. So we thought what would be better than they visit where they go to school, where they live, their board meeting. So we really appreciate you allowing us to come tonight and participate.
We appreciate it too. Thank you. I'm sorry? I missed that. I missed something on the agenda that I apologize for. So if we could ask the audience to rise again, we're going to have the national anthem, and a senior from Palmer Ridge High School, Raleigh Eversole, will play that for us. I'm ready now. Thank you so much. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
A second.
Questions or comments? Hearing none. Ms. Wood?
Mr. Clausen,
Aye.
Ms. Phillips,
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch.
Aye.
Awesome. So B1, recognitions and comments. What a beautiful introduction we had for this first recognition. So Tom Chapman from Lewis Palmer High School, our band director, will introduce our student musicians that are in attendance for special recognition of this honor. And you'll describe the honor further, right?
So first, thank you for taking the time to recognize our student musicians from this district. Every year, students from our district and across the state participate in auditions for multiple honor bands. And to make sure I get all of them, all-state choir, all-state jazz band, all-state orchestra, and all-state band. And so all of the students, plus some that couldn't be here tonight, are sitting over here against this wall. And in order to make these ensembles, they begin their preparation back in, for many of them, late May. And they're not just competing against a standard, but they're competing against every musician on their instrument or of their voice type in the state of Colorado. And that competition is pretty steep at times. So even to be named, for example, in the trumpet section of All-State Band, one of the top 17 musicians was to rise above what's considered the top probably 80 or 90 that auditioned in the state of Colorado, and that was just of the juniors and seniors. And so this achievement that these students have earned is not just the result of even just that small amount of work. It's from the work that they've done, not just from picking up their instrument for the first time in beginning band in either elementary school or middle school, but also in the work that was done in our elementary music programs, wherever they came from, whether it be MA, whether it's one of Lewis Palmer Elementary, Palmer Lake, or from areas across the nation. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to read their names by ensemble that they made. And so students, once you hear your name, if you'll come up here, I will read a few names that aren't here tonight, but we'll just go with it. And then I will also say when that performance is happening. So All-State Choir from both Lewis Palmer High School and Palmer Ridge High School. Raleigh Eversole on bass 2, Carmen Reyes on alto 2, Shepard Pennison on tenor 1, Caitlin Marsh soprano 1, and Emily Allen alto 2. And that'll take place on February 11th up in Denver. All-State Jazz Band, which is actually happening this week at the Broadmoor Hotel. Raleigh Eversole on tenor sax, Nate Sapp on piano and trombone, he chose piano, Cole Wicker on alto saxophone, and Nico Skorik on lead trumpet. All-State Orchestra, which is happening next week up at CSU Fort Collins. We have Ruby Bales on trombone, Emma Bloomfield on clarinet, Casey Gooding on percussion, Cece Eversole on clarinet, Raleigh Eversole on bassoon, Will Simpfendorfer on oboe, Bree Atnip on oboe, and Heather Hawkins on percussion. And last, All-State Band, which coincides a little bit with our spring break in late March. We have Ruby Bales on trombone, Emma Bloomfield clarinet, Caleb Dahl on tuba, Cece Eversole on clarinet, Raleigh Eversole on bassoon, Grace Lusk, baritone saxophone, Caleb Ray, tenor sax, Nate Sapp on euphonium, Cole Wicker on alto saxophone, Chelsea Young on clarinet, Bree Atnip on oboe and English horn, Will Simpfendorfer on oboe, Alex Weeks on trombone, and Riley Smith on bass trombone. And that is all of our All-State members for this year. Now, as they go to sit down, it's worth mentioning because Raleigh, who played the pledge for us, if you heard, his name was listed, what is that, 5 times? Yeah, 5 times. So he made every All-State ensemble that we announced this evening, which means he made it on voice and 2 separate instruments. So a big congratulations to Raleigh. I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
That's one of the finest recognitions we've had all year. Oh, it's the first one this year, officially. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Congratulations.
So our next recognition is B2, and before I turn this over to Dr. Summers, I just would add, I think Ron and Matt were both, bashful, so they dialed in for this part. Dr. Summers.
So I'd like to invite our board to actually come in front of the dais so that we can have a full appreciation, at least those of you that are here. Okay. So, January happens to be National and the Colorado Association of School Boards School Board Appreciation Month. And in honor of School Board Appreciation Month, D38 would like to thank school board members Chris Taylor, Teresa Phillips, Tiffany Upchurch, Ron Schwartz, and Matt Clausen for their steadfast public service to putting students first and helping make D38 a district that is accredited with distinction. In order to serve the D38 family, board members spend unpaid time away from their own families. They volunteer their time, treasure, and talents, and serve with purpose and passion to elevate every child every day. They check their egos and their political ideologies at the door, and they focus on the work that is best for our students and the D38 community through their advocacy for resources and a strategic plan necessary to continue to improve student learning. Board members are willing to grapple with complicated issues and set a positive example through their leadership at the local, regional, and state level. D38 is grateful to have a board that shows up with integrity, courage, grace, and humility. And in closing, we thank you for your leadership, and along with messages of thanks that will be on our D38 website as well as social media, we also have some appreciation with some gifts from various schools, and we also have some school leaders that are here this evening. So I will, at this point, invite anyone that would like to make a special comment from our school leadership or anyone else that's here to bestow some additional appreciation.
I just wanted to say, on behalf of all the students, we appreciate all your hard work and dedication for trying to make our schools a better place. So thank you.
I'm not going to cold call. Dr. Frank, please.
It's hard to follow a student, so. I just want to, on behalf of Palmer Ridge, thank you for your leadership. I know that being a principal is almost impossible without a great superintendent, and I would assume being a successful superintendent is impossible without a good board. And so I know in the leadership of our district, we're just thankful that you listen to parents, you care about kids, and that shows in every meeting that I've witnessed. And just thank you for your commitment and how you are at the top of the ship to let all of us do the jobs that we do for kids. So thank you.
Do we want to do one more picture? While we're... Oh, there is a video as well. Okay.
Share that last?
Okay. Why don't we do, well, do the picture and then we'll let them sit and enjoy the video.
So we're excited that it kicked off with kids, and our kids are too little to be here tonight. So I want to turn this over to Diane Jensen, our music teacher, to tell about the video she put together.
Well, I have the best job in the world, and it's such a nice span of kids that I teach, 1st through 6th. And we decided to go with the first graders this year and explain what a board is, the school board, a group of people, and I think they get it. They're really, really excited to present a thank you from all the first grades at Bear Creek Elementary. Wonderful.
Thank you. Very sweet.
Wow.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't top that. Do we have business to do tonight?
No, we have a
Some?
we have a
Okay.
cake to eat here.
We'll keep going then, okay. So it is time for public comments. In accordance with policy BEDH, the board will hear comments from members of the public who have signed up to speak. It is our goal as a board to continuously listen and improve. We invite members of our community to speak publicly for a total of 30 minutes. Speakers will be allotted up to 3 minutes each, and time may be divided equally if more than 10 individuals wish to speak. Groups with a united concern may be asked to appoint a spokesman or spokesperson. The Board of Education does not expressly or individually respond to public comments. And to this point, comments expressed do not necessarily represent the position or opinion of the Board of Education or D38. Finally, we ask that you keep comments shared appropriate for PK to 12 audience and respectful at all times. Should you have an issue with a staff member that you would like addressed, please consider sharing these criticisms and concerns with the superintendent, who is responsible for supervising all staff and involving the board as necessary. So I have just 2 tonight, so we'll still have 3 minutes, but feel comfortable. Our first is Christy Anderson, a parent.
Thank you for having me. So first of all, this is in response to the board, your email to the community, and I thank you for sending that. So I just very quickly just want to share a little bit with you about my family and me, just to give you a little context. So we just moved here last year, and we came from Southern California, so I'm sorry, but I'm not. But school is much different there, and we left because of school and because of other decisions that the state was making on our behalf. And we specifically chose Monument, and we specifically chose District 38 out of all of the areas around here. We looked at D12, we looked at D11, we looked at Douglas County, and we chose District 38 and Monument because we really love it here. This is a great place. You all are very lucky to live here, and so am I. So we visited Prairie Winds. That's where my kids go. We absolutely love that school, and we think the teachers and the staff there are fantastic. And so, being new to the area, I didn't have a lot of history for the MLO that happened recently, or in 1999. And when the MLO came up this past year, I voted yes for it, because I really think that we deserve to spend more money on the schools and give the teachers what they deserve in pay. And something needs to be done in regards to teacher compensation, but what is it? And I think that I'd like to just understand a little bit more from the administration and the board, some data. I see the numbers in terms of the teachers' pay and the disparity at the base level of pay. And I can tell that D38 is lower, right? And across the board, the pay is a bit lower. But there are other things that other schools do that I don't know that D38 does to make up for compensation. There are things like rewarding teachers for certifications. There are things like rewarding teachers for continuing education. Are those programs that are valid and that could be put into place here? I would like to understand from the administration a little bit more about the $5 million and where it is going to go, how it's going to make up the gap for the teachers. And if the 4-day plan is the plan that we need to go with, how is that going to make it better? How is that going to attract and retain people? I don't see other districts necessarily doing that, so how is that going to make a difference? And how is the board and the administration going to be accountable for that? I don't see, there are people in this community that feel very, very strongly about not supporting additional tax increases. I can understand some of their position, but I also think that if more data was brought forward and more information was brought to them, that we might be able to get past some of the concerns that the community has. So I'm here to offer to help. I would like to be a part of a solution. I'm not here to detract or to be a problem. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Thomas, a community member.
Thanks for having me up. First, I want to thank the school board for all that you do, kind of piggybacking on all the comments earlier, and the time that you donate to the district and the community. It means a lot. I also want to encourage the board to seriously consider running a single Ask MLO for teacher compensation again this fall. The need for more funding and immediate funding is not and will not go away if we do not ask the community for their financial piece. If we wait, we are going to lose more dedicated teachers and staff because financially they cannot stay any longer. We have been asking teachers and staff to stay and hang on with us for over 20 years now. Would you wait that long for a decent increase in salary while being asked to do more and more? Would anyone in this community wait? But our teachers and staff have hung on because of their dedication to our families and our students across this district. I've had several conversations with teachers saying that if we move to a 4-day week, it will still not help with meeting their monthly bills. They will still be making the same amount of money with an extra day off. Then in regards to a 4-day week, thank you for slowing down to go and answer many, many questions surrounding this idea. I've talked to many people, teachers and parents, and it feels as if there are many people who would love this schedule and many who would not. And then there are those, like myself, that still have many questions about this. The teachers I've talked to who are not in favor say that it will not pay their monthly bills, that they will still struggle financially and have that daily and monthly stress, which again comes back to how do we truly solve the issue of retention and recruitment of teachers and staff. The bottom line solution is that financial support from the greater community and asking one question through an MLO next November, like we just did, would hopefully solve that problem. Please seriously consider and support as a board to run a single Ask MLO for teacher and staff compensation. And again, thank you for all you do and donating of your time for this district and this community. It means a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now move to B4, board member comments. And I think I'll start with Ron, and then Matt, and then Tiffany and Teresa, in that order, if that's okay.
Thank you, Chris. No comments today.
Well, thank you. Matt?
I just want to thank those that shared their comments this evening. As one board member, Increased compensation for our teachers has always been on my radar screen, and I just want the community, specifically our teachers, to know that we're still brainstorming and we're committed to offer the best compensation that we can with the limited resources available to us.
Thank you, Matt. Tiffany?
So I want to start out by saying, again, congratulations and thank you to our students that came tonight. They're the reason that I sit here, and I probably speak with confidence that they're the reason that all of us sit here. So while I appreciate the thank yous and the accolades, it's for our students and our staff and our community that we sit up here and we serve. So thank you all, because it does take a community. I presented on what a Board of Education does for Scout badge to one of our local Boy Scout groups at Lewis Palmer Elementary School last week. And I always, every year when I get to do that, it is always such a treat. And the questions that just fly at us are everything from why do you want to do that to what are you going to do to make my world a better place to what's my favorite color. So I appreciate those opportunities, and it is actually in the buildings that I find my greatest joy. We attended Lewis Palmer High School's freshman and 8th grade evening last week, as I have an 8th grader that might be going to either Lewis Palmer High School or Palmer Ridge, and we will be attending the Palmer Ridge one on Wednesday. So anybody who has an 8th grader that is debating on which school, we have 3 great high schools in our school district to check out. And then the legislation session has kicked off, and our Colorado Association of School Boards Legislation and Resolutions Committee has been meeting, and there's a lot of bills that have already dropped. And I strongly advocate for our community to check out what bills are coming off the shelves and to advocate to our state leaders and legislatures. I'll be up at the state capitol next week on February 2nd, and then again on February 9th, advocating on behalf of D38. And then finally, one last word I wanted to clear up. I don't usually do this, but I do want to clear up a miscommunication. Every now and then it happens where you get misquoted in a paper, and I was misquoted, and I want to clear that up. At our November DAC meeting, it was reported that I said that the MLO only lost by 360 votes, and that's not actually what I said. What I said was that there was about a 4% spread, and at that time, based on the screenshot, what I said was it would take about 360 plus votes to flip to make a difference. Not the gap, but to flip. Since then, that number has changed, and I'm now off by 97 votes with 10,713 yeses and 11,627 noes, which would mean that that would be a difference of 914 votes. So you'd need 457 plus 1 flipped votes to have made a difference. So I just wanted to clear that up. And that's all I have. Oh, and Happy New Year. I know it's halfway through the month, but still, Happy New Year and welcome back to 2023.
Thank you, Tiffany. At the risk of getting in trouble, putting my foot in my mouth, were there any hanging chads in that?
Hanging chads?
Sorry.
That could date you.
Probably.
Happy New Year, everybody. I just want to say thank you for the recognition, and I would like to extend that recognition. Dr. Summers, you obviously took time to write a nice acknowledgement, and I appreciate that. But I want to extend my recognition and all of ours to our families. We do not sit here and volunteer on this board without an expensive energy and time, and sometimes quite a lot of discussion in our own homes. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, but ultimately, I represent my community. We represent our stakeholders, and I know that I serve on a board with 4 other individuals who have the best of intentions to represent our community as best we can. There are times when we all agree, and there are times when we have rigorous discussion. And it doesn't go past me that that doesn't involve the loved ones around us. So I know that I don't see any of them around here. I don't think any of our family members are here tonight. Occasionally they are, and we try to recognize them. But and that's all I wanted to say, other than Happy New Year.
Thank you, Teresa. Yeah, I would echo what I've heard here, and it's nice to be able to trust those that you sit with and in some respects govern with. And I do trust you all, and I appreciate this opportunity to serve. I'm grateful for the recognition, for the schools, for the students, for everyone that talks to me, feels free to talk. There's a few things that I wanted to say tonight. One is, as far as teacher compensation goes and the MLO not passing, I think there's still work to be done. I think that we need to continue to do the ask, but I don't get a lot of feedback from the people I've spoken with that just says, give up. I haven't heard anybody say that to me. What they say is things like, perhaps we should consider performance-based pay in our MLO ask. Or perhaps we, are more transparent in all salaries. That we have, like we have a head count of our students, which drives our receipts, we have a head count by location, et cetera, of our staff, our teachers and so forth. We talk about turnover, we talk about many things, but between now and the next campaign, whenever that might be, we have an opportunity really to educate. Now, some could say, well, you're just campaigning ahead of time. Call it what you will, but I think the education process is necessary. I'll never forget the Sunday before the Tuesday vote, people from, they called themselves precinct leaders, so I assumed something. But when they told me my taxes were going to go up $4,500 as a result of this ask, I knew something was off. I think that's illegal. And we need to be better prepared. As a district that represents 7,000 students, 800 teachers, we at least should try and have some integrity in the process. And I'm not afraid to have an open conversation about the facts. In fact, the more conversations we have about the facts, the better informed our decision-making process will be. But the last thing I'm going to do is give up. The last thing I wanted to comment on tonight was this weather is interesting, isn't it? That I feel like we've been in winter now forever. It's unusual. The snow hasn't left. And I don't know when it's going to leave given the forecasted temperatures, right? So it's a white January and cold. And yet our kids are safe. I love the emails that come out that indicate, well, we're going to have a closure tomorrow due to safety for all involved. And I love that. I think it's an example of where you put kids first. And I love that. I think it's just phenomenal. Now, it may cause disruption in our lives, and it does, but isn't that what it's about? And then lastly and finally, I really try to not let my views as an adult impact what I believe is happening with our children. And I have to go back to my own youth to try and remember, what was it like to be 8 or 10 or 12 or 16 or 17? I wasn't who I am today. In fact, I don't know that for me personally, I really knew who I was until maybe 22 or 23. It took me a while to finally figure out who I am. And then I've spent a long life of rediscovering who I am, which is the beauty of life, is this lifelong learning. My point in all of this is that I love the fact that we give our children a chance to learn who they are in a safe environment. And that, to me, is as important as almost anything we do. And I'm grateful to be able to serve. This is going on our 5th or 6th year now, and I've enjoyed every part of it. And Dr. Summers, I want to express my gratitude to you. You know, he is really a member of the board. You know, in any organization, the CEO is essentially a part of the board. And he doesn't vote, but he's integral to our success. And the support we get from his staff, I would venture to say, is second to none in this entire state. And I want to just extend my appreciation, if I could, to the staff that work with Dr. Summers. This last work session, we had such a remarkable presentation. And I see the big picture better because of your staff and the efforts that are going on to trying to be more transparent, for lack of a better word, with the entire community. So again, I'm saying thank you, but I hope you hear my expression of gratitude for many, many folks that participate in our school system. Dr. Summers?
Well, thank you. With those comments and all the appreciation and what has happened thus far this evening, it's always memorable to think about where we are as well as where we continue to go forward. So our superintendent, or my superintendent update, Mr. Schwartz, I don't know if you have a visual screenshot of this picture, but there's a highly suspicious individual getting his blood pressure checked by a Lewis Palmer Middle School student. So if you're not tuning in there, Mr. Schwartz, that's a big shout out to you, sir. Thank you for your support.
I actually won a $1 bet on that one.
Oh yeah? What was the bet?
I think this was one of your staff members who was significantly younger and in better shape that I'd have lower blood pressure.
Good form on their part. Okay, so I'm going to dive right in, and we're going to start with our celebrations and kudos for some of our staff members who have been recognized, especially by their peers, and for exemplary work, going the extra mile, making a difference, and being great team members. So that is a big shout out to Eric Wall, Nicole Dell, Courtney Bushnell, and Stephanie Gonzalez. Kudos, and again, many thanks to you. And as you already heard, many of the names that were recognized earlier this evening, we just wanted to give an extra dose of shout out and appreciation to several of our students that we were celebrating for their all-state recognition and success. So moving right along, our CTE showcase. This actually occurred right before winter break. So we just wanted to give an additional kudos to our middle school career and technical education students who put on a display of academic excellence in a number of areas. So that included our biomedical services, digital media and communications, and industrial arts programming. And this was, I believe, an event that was the first of its kind at LPMS, as well as inviting folks in to learn more about these programs. This generated regional awareness, and there was a nice spotlight in the Colorado Springs Gazette. So again, kudos to our kids as well as our staff members who are working hard in supporting those exploratory programs at the middle school level. We also have speech and debate recognition from Palmer Ridge High School that we'd like to shout out. So the PR speech and debate team recently received charter status from the National Speech and Debate Association, which is the highest honor that schools can achieve as a part of the National Speech and Debate Association. And we have several artistic awards that some PRH students have recently received. Scholastic Art Awards throughout the state, in which judges look for work that best exemplifies originality, technical skill, and the emergence of a personal voice or vision. So I do want to call out Isabel Cotton, Raina Edling, Liliana Fryer, Bennett Henderson, Sydney Livingston, Peyton Moeller, Cameron Schad, and Katie Valdois. Kudos. As well as teacher recognition. So Miss Karen Barnard from Lewis Palmer Middle School was also recently honored with a plaque from the Veterans of Foreign Wars as the Teacher of the Year award for our local chapter. So big shout out to Miss Barnard. And then I'm not going to read all of the different athletics updates, but just a big shout out to a lot of our Fall Sports Awards recognees who achieved different all-state or region status, as well as some of our current sports that are occurring across our landscape. And a special event, those of you that were able to attend the second annual event of the Palmer Lake Outdoor Classic, it was a real treat to be able to showcase and spotlight the Palmer Lake community with the Palmer Lake Star overlooking the frozen lake. And a big shout out and kudos to Coach Bradley and his team of parents, players, and volunteers for putting on a wonderful community event. A little bit cold, but we embraced it, and it was a lot of fun. And if you have not been keeping up with the Motown Friendly competition rivalry, last Friday night we had our basketball fun with the PR women's team topping LP, and then the LP men's team topped PR, but it was more important than the result, just a great showcase of both of our schools and student athletes and the community as a whole. And then recently PR took home the golden mop in the PR LP wrestling meet. So kudos to all of our athletes for really good sportsmanship in that effort. And then we do want to shout out several mid-year graduates. So you have before you a number of LPHS and PRHS mid-year grads. They have fully completed the required credits to earn a diploma. We do not necessarily host a mid-year graduation ceremony, and many of these students will be participating in our May graduation around the corner, but we wanted to certainly tip our hat off to these fine students and wish them very well in their next endeavors. So, Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Special cue.
Yeah, thank you. Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot because I'm so impressed with what your son is doing that I was wondering if you would share where he's taking off to here in January.
Thank you, Chris. So John decided to graduate early, and he gave up his last year of cross country and track. And he was actually called to serve a church mission. He'll be spending the next 2 years in Colombia. He started what is called the MTC Missionary Training Center. So he's learning Spanish, and then he will be going to Mexico City in 2 weeks for 4 weeks for additional training, and then hopefully off to Colombia for the remaining part of the 2 years.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Taylor, isn't there another student on there?
Yeah, but she's not going to Columbia. She's working. But yes, my daughter graduated early as well.
Well,
but I'm proud of all of them.
Absolutely.
All of these kids.
They are on to very bright futures, and we're very proud of their success in our schools and the success that is to come. We also just wanted to update our Powerful Parent Safety Academy. We had to reschedule a couple of dates, but we are confirmed to invite District Attorney Michael Allen to discuss drugs, addiction, and online safety. This will be February 6th at 6 p.m. With any parent in our area right here in our Learning Center. So we are excited to finally see that event come to fruition and appreciate that partnership. And then Ms. Upchurch, I think you sort of planted this seed a little bit earlier. We have a number, this is the time of year where we are encouraging our 8th graders to attend various open houses and enrollment, and that includes an 8th grade night on January 25th at PR that was rescheduled due to our fun January weather. LPMS is holding their open house night for 6th graders on January 26th. I believe LPHS had theirs last Thursday, so don't want to miss a shout out to them. And then obviously there's been a lot of invitation for incoming kindergartners as well. So I think that event also took place last week. Our choice enrollment round 1 is open through February 10th. And then our universal preschool enrollment is open with several applicants across the state. And that process is actually going quite well for us thus far, even though there's a lot of change in the UPK landscape. So again, 'tis the season. And then lastly, just a quick preview about what we're going to dive into. So we will be recapping the presentation that we spent a lot of good time on at the last work session in the Facilities and Capital Planning arena. So that will help set the stage for some current and future needs. We will be spending some time in our strategic plan, as well as naming some upcoming milestones, which provides an overview of impactful decisions on the horizon. And then Mr. Ridgway, in addition to his financial planning and analysis section, has an amended budget to share with us in a little bit, as well as a couple of policy revisions that are also on our calendar or are on our agenda. And with that, unless there's any questions, I think that concludes the update for this evening.
Yeah, Matt or Ron, do you have any questions for Dr. Summers?
I do not, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
Nor do I. Thank you.
Tiffany or Teresa?
No, sir.
You're off the hook.
Okay, we're off and running.
Let's move right into our next agenda item, which is C1, Facilities Capital Planning, with Chris Coulter and Brett Ridgway. This is a follow-up, as Dr. Summers said, to our work session from a couple weeks ago, which was an excellent presentation, and we're glad to share it more publicly now.
Fantastic. Good evening, members of the board. For all of you that are listening, I wanted to say good evening, and hopefully everybody's staying warm out there. Wanted to say one thing real quick. We had on the slide a little bit earlier on the celebration and kudos. I can't say enough for what Mr. Eric Wall is doing to sort of, especially on the custodial operations side of things, for what we have going on, where we are really pushed and we are really trying to hold on with what's going on both at the Lewis Palmer High School as well as at Palmer Ridge High School. But without Eric Wall doing the things that he's doing to sort of become sort of 3, 4, 5 people simultaneously, yeah, celebrations and kudos is the absolute least we can do. But yeah, if you want to know how it gets done, you know, from 4 a.m. till 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., it's people like Eric Wall that are making that happen. So hats off to Mr. Wall. I want to say again, good evening. Welcome to January 23rd and the Operations and Capital Planning. I'm here with my cohort, Mr. Brett. He's smarter than me, so if you have any hard questions, please ask him. We're going to talk a little bit about capital planning and some of the assumptions that we make. We sort of assume, as I looked at this presentation, we sort of assume that everybody knows and sort of everybody starts from the same point related to capital planning. But let's define it. Capital planning is the procurement, design, construction, maintenance, and operation of capital assets, and is a critical activity to the governing institutions and the authorities having jurisdiction, and therefore requires careful long-term planning. And so that's what we're trying to do today. We're trying to start off relative to capital planning on the facilities and maintenance side of things, and we wanted to recapture this particular recap slide for what we did back on the 10th of January. We talked a little bit about Facility Condition Index. We talked a little bit about the EFCI, the Extended Facility Condition Index, and then we also talked about the Facility Needs Index. Hopefully you all remember it's sort of a catch up, keep up, and get ahead type of sort of way to look at things. And the thresholds that support those things, the great thing about it, sort of being from an engineering and side of things, everything works a little bit easier in my view, and I would imagine in Brett's view too, if you can put a number to it and say if you're over this particular number, it's good. If you're under this particular number, it's not as good. And so that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to understand what is the condition of our facilities, what needs to be done, and sort of gauge that empirically as to what it is that we are doing. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Annual facilities and capital funding strategy, we're going to talk a little bit about that too, knowing what we know about our existing condition of our facilities. And we do plan on reporting where we are with respect to operations, EFCI, facility needs index, as we are having conversations with the schools and principals and building managers right now, and we are in the middle of that as we speak. Just a quick reminder, so what are we trying to do, especially as we talk about the EFCI, the Extended Facility Condition Index? We're trying to be 20% or better, 20% or lower. In some situations, and we have those numbers here today that we'll talk a little bit about for every single school facility in the district, and we can kind of see where we are relative to CRV. CRV, as a quick reminder, is the current replacement value, and so what it means is if we were to rebuild it, replenish it, resupply it, refortify it with the things that we need to sort of operate in an academic setting, as well as curricular, as well as extracurricular, what would it cost? And that's sort of how you would look at those types of things. So when we use that term CRV, I want to make sure everybody knows what that means. Recommended funding model. This recommended funding model comes from APA, the Association of Physical Plant Administrators, and it's really a starting point. But again, we sort of move towards the numbers soup, and it makes us all feel a little bit better if we can put a number to it relative to current replacement value and how we are funding things, whether they be for operations and maintenance, whether they be for life cycle renewal. And then as we start to look at things like facility needs index, all of a sudden things start to move up a little bit in terms of what those wants and wishes are to support, whether it be pedagogical things or other things that might be going on inside a school facility, because not every one is exactly the same. Recurring annual budget line you sort of look at as a starting point at 2 to 4% of CRV. That 2 to 4% really is going to only address your FCI, your catch-up types of things. And then certainly our goal is that last item, translate what does all that mean in terms of a percent of general fund revenue that we can look at and we can utilize going forward with, and Brett might talk about this, the necessary reduction in available funding as we start to look at what it is going to take relative to the general fund to be able to accommodate those numbers, knowing what our needs are and what our EFCIs, FCIs, and what those percentages and what those things might look like. You have anything to say on that?
Well, just a quick conversion from the percentage of CRV, this national standard of the 2 to 4% of CRV. What we have done this year in relation to a percentage of general fund revenue is not in that 2% to 4% window. It's actually 0.4%. And so our target going forward is going to be looking at somewhere to bounce between 0.5 and 0.6%, establishing kind of our own pattern, if you will, that's relative to this, but still is more appropriate for what our available funding allows for us.
And we have a chart on that. It'll be coming up a little bit later. And thank you, Brett, for bringing that up as a good reminder as to what's going on. But we will talk a little bit about that, and we have those numbers as we look at CRV and other things as a little bit further in the presentation.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Before we move on?
Go ahead, Mr.
Can you go back to the slide that has the operations and maintenance? So are you saying that our operations and maintenance for this current fiscal year is about 0.4?
For capital funding part of it, right? So this doesn't include like your staff, kind of your small regular maintenance items. These are the projects, the improvement projects, the maintenance projects. So for those improvement types, yes, we're at 0.44%.
And does the Snyder Electric contract fit into there somewhere?
Absolutely. The Schneider contract, as we all understand, certainly has an energy focus to it, and certainly relative to payback and how we look at sort of what is the long-term ramifications of something like that. But those are things that are existing, certainly going to have an impact on facility condition, but they are things that needed to happen, whether they be operationally, but they're also.
I'm just asking if it fits within this number, because the number seems so low. I'm like,
Yeah, that's a good point, and the answer would be no, because that was funded prior year and carried over into this year. So
the
0.44% of this year's money dedicated to new projects.
okay,
Just this year.
so timing, got it.
Yeah. Good question.
Thank you.
Okay, so here is that Lewis Palmer School District. This is our current EFCI. I want to sort of caveat this a little bit. There is data. You'll see in some of the percentages are awfully low. Lewis Palmer, Palmer Ridge, and things like that. How can they possibly be that low while other schools are, in situations where they are pushing, 30%? Well, Lewis Palmer and Palmer Ridge, the feedback hasn't come in yet relative to what it is that they need. And so as the data is coming in, those numbers are starting to sort of rise a little bit. So you can imagine, if you look at this particular data, which principals or which schools have been in touch with me as to, hey, these are the things that we need and this is how we want to prioritize those things. There's been an awful lot of big push. I've spent a lot of time with the folks over at Lewis Palmer Elementary, the folks at Ray Kilmer, and it was actually over at Prairie Winds just a couple days ago. So it's a process, but this is sort of just a snapshot in time of where we are. The other thing that I will point out that is an interesting item here that might not get as much attention as other things are the KBTU, the line in yellow, the fourth one over. The KBTU per square foot per year, that sort of measures currently where we are on an annual basis on electricity and natural gas. Those are current numbers. But you'll see Palmer Ridge High School at 33.15 KBTU per square foot per year. You might say, well, is that good, Chris? The national average for K-12 schools is 117. So I would argue that that is as good or better than most people are going to see anywhere in the Front Range or anywhere even in this particular side of the country. But certainly, some people might ask, hey, is that geothermal having the impact that you thought it would have on your utility bills? This is proof that, yes, in fact, it is.
Chris?
Yes.
For the younger folks at home and present, can you tell us what KBTU stands for?
It's 1,000 British thermal units, and it's sort of how we measure energy. So natural gas and electricity sort of all sort of move to sort of, well, how many BTUs are you at? How much energy? You're looking at the energy consumption of whether it be natural gas, whether it be electricity. How much energy is it taking for you to make a particular space comfortable? Good. Okay. Okay.
And so I heard this is work in progress, right? That is not final.
Oh, it is absolutely fine. Especially that furthest right column that you see on the EFCI column. You'll see some of those. There's a lot of disparity there. But I've certainly had an awful lot of conversations. You can imagine where I've had the most in-depth conversations are where you see those numbers a little bit higher.
Sure. I think I brought this up at the work session as well, but we have more facilities than just these school sites, so they will all show up here eventually, right?
Well, it's definitely
Like
on the
this
energy
building.
side of things. Absolutely. We are certainly monitoring these on the energy side of things. But you can imagine we're doing things like things that you've actually seen even this past year, whether they be parking lots and things of that nature, painting, roofing. We actually finished up a lot of the roofing over at the grounds facility. So we do certainly keep in touch with all those facilities. And we're actually redoing all the roof here at Big Red this summer. So it's one of the things that we try to be mindful of. So where are we headed? As we just talked about, we want to be where do we want to be? We want to be 20% or less, right? So where are we headed? So this takes a look at over the course of the next 4 years. How do we? You can see. It's a little bit hard to see there, but you can see by the time we get to 26-27 or the completion of fiscal year 26-27. All of our schools, other than Grace Best Elementary School, are in a situation where they should be in an EFCI categorical sort of, a look at things, should be in excellent condition. So that's where we're targeted, that's where we're moving towards, and that's where the conversations with principals and building managers are happening right now. How do we do that, and how do we move the needle forward? Did you want to talk about this one?
So this is a projection, a 5-year projection of starting for this year about what our annual contributions are from the general fund, because this is the only source of funding unless we finance things, which is what we did with the Schneider project. But how much we are contributing out of the general fund, out of the School Finance Act per pupil revenue towards capital priorities. And so starting at that 22-23 year, you see across that line, you see the columns there, the total aggregate schools cost, current replacement value, the school district revenue, meaning the general fund revenue, and then that CRV index at 2%, which we mentioned that 2% to 4% window on the earlier slide. Then we have the actual number starting that 22-23 year being $22 million this year that went to this purpose. And then we measure that as a percentage of PPR and then as the percentage of current replacement value. And so this is what I was referring to when I mentioned earlier about we're translating that CRV and that PPR into this number, so that 0.44% was the number I quoted earlier. We really should have that capital reserve as a percentage of PPR with some additional digits there. That 4% is actually 3.86%. And then what we're talking about going forward is to try and get a little more caught up, is to take that annual number, which is right in the middle there, that $2 million, take it to $3 million a year for the next 3 years, and then try and settle in a percentage of per pupil revenue, a percentage of general fund revenue at 5%. So that $3 million, if we were to do $3 million next year, that it says 6% there, that really would be 5.57, so it just barely rounds up to 6%. And then, so if we did $3 million consistently for those 3 years while the general fund revenue was increasing, we would start to normalize down towards a 5% level going forward. And that's what you see in the final year there of 26-27. It's a flat 5%. And then that's when it starts to ratchet up just a little bit with the increase of per pupil revenue.
Is 5% a recommended percentage, or is that just based on the history of this district?
5% is kind of it's a recommended, kind of a minimum recommended if we can aspire to meet that target every single year. When we get to hard years, we don't do that. When we get to years where we might have a lot of stuff bearing down on us that we've got to catch up on, we might have to exceed that. But
isn't
5%.
the idea that if you carried this through, you wouldn't have stuff to catch up on? Is that the goal?
Absolutely. We can reach sort of a situation where the improvements that we're making aren't going to cost as much and not going to be as substantially in terms of the funding that's going to be required, but we're able to maintain with a smaller contribution.
My intention is just to, as long as we're taking the time and thoroughness to plan ahead, do we have the right percentage number dialed in? Is there another way to make sure that in 4 or 5 years we're not thinking, oh, we should have made that back then, we maybe 5.5%. I'm just throwing a number out there, but you
No,
understand.
Let me build on what Teresa's saying, because I've wondered the same thing, and CDE has a financial transparency page where you can compare yourself to other school districts. Have we done that exercise for this, peer group that we defined for salary comparability to? Because you can go onto the CDE website and drill right into the same numbers that you have in your FP&A presentation. And so I'm thinking we should be able to have a relatively close comparability.
Yes, and that would be part of why I would recommend something along this 5% number. I think this is good and well comparable to other school districts.
My only concern being, I heard you say minimum. So knowing that historically D38 has had to run the minimum on a lot of different aspects, perhaps we should start thinking differently.
This whole process is kind of a living document, a living process, and
Sure.
there are other things we need to continue to work on. You know, we need to think about, well, when do turf fields come into play, and how are those funded? And so I think there's additional work that we can continue to do and should continuously be doing, because even when you do cost something out, then you have to keep an eye on the materials and the labor costs and say, okay, did those estimates that we set a while back,
Sure.
are they still valid? So this always will have to be continuing. We're never going to be able to set this as a hard target and say this is gonna
Sure.
be it.
And-
But we can always provide more assurances, more calculations, more data.
And then to that point, would this document show up next year with fiscal year 27, 28 on it? Would we keep rolling it forward? Is
Oh,
that how
absolutely.
you're
I'd
like to
thinking?
think so,
Okay.
yeah.
It's going to be quarterly updates as to where EFCI is going and what those needs are going to be, because there are constant conversations with principals and building managers as to what is going on, and things come up.
Sure.
Honestly, even like the Schneider contract has really pointed out a couple things that we could go ahead and address, and we've done those things.
Sure, super, thank you.
I think we have a question from Ron as well, or a comment.
Thanks very much. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. So the slides are not enumerated, so it's a little tough to go back and forth, but the slide titled LPSD38 look ahead, is that current state or desired state?
I think that makes some assumptions about where we want to go as to what the funding percentages are going to be. Some schools need a little bit more than other schools, and so it's probably a reflection of where we are today, where the needs are. And you saw where those EFCIs are a little bit heavier versus maybe high schools where it's a little bit smaller in terms of what those needs might be. So we've sort of followed that, at least in the early years.
So to build on what Ron said, it's really a work in progress, right? I mean,
Very
this
organic.
is not quote unquote
snapshot.
final.
It's a snapshot
it's
in
where you're
time.
at today.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of when you might have input from all of the facilities in the district?
Yes, I would say 2 more weeks. I'm about halfway through it right now, and the conversations are really, really good. And the schools they're very much on board. I love it when they have their building managers, the principals have their building managers in the room, so they can immediately sort of define what the next big thing is, what those 1s, 2s, and 3s are, because sometimes some things that sparkle, aren't the things that are getting done. Turf fields and things like that, they very much sparkle, but sometimes you got to pay attention to what's going on in the bathrooms, or what's going on the gym floors, or what's going on in the carpet in the school. So that's very, very valuable.
Is it fair to say then in Q1 of 2023, you will have a baseline in place that will just continually update every quarter thereafter?
That is correct.
Okay. Ron, does that help?
I would also say, in response to Ron's question, Mr. Schwartz's question, is that orange line that's going across there, and it's labeled 23-24. And yes, that is kind of the current starting point of the EFCI, and those subsequent years are what we are aspiring to work it towards. I think the reason why it would be labeled 23-24 is because that would be when the focus of the work would be coming in that 23-24 year. And so we could change that to 22-23 if that would be less confusing.
No, it's 23-24.
I have a couple questions too.
Sorry, I just got a note from Mr. Schwartz. I think his phone may have passed out. So we'll wait. I believe he'll try to call back in. So we'll stay attuned.
Were you going to?
Yeah, I had just 2 questions. So on that same slide, back to the that one right there.
Yes.
When I'm looking at Grace Best Elementary, when you're looking at this, and I'm thinking back to our Grace Best strategic plan group, how does that play? Did you take that into consideration on those recommendations?
It's certainly in terms of where they are right now, that was absolutely the basis of those conversations. I am having conversations right now. I'm having conversations with Melissa this week as to where they are, and the building manager, Mary, as to what's going on, so that we can understand and define where we want to go and what the priorities are, and because sometimes the priorities might be high, but we don't need to get to it for maybe a couple of years. But this one's a little bit lower priority, but we got to get, it's that balancing act relative to where real funding may be able to occur. And so we're looking at trying to balance all of those things.
And then the second question I had, well, I have a statement and a question. I appreciate that you brought up just something as simple that people don't often think about, is like turf field. Because I remember when we got elected, that turf field was a big discussion, and where does that fit in? And having those types of things, and I asked that same question. Well, when is the next turnaround for insurance purposes where we have to start to do things like replace turf, and have we been saving to do that? Which brings me to the capital projects funding page that you brought up. Maybe I missed it. Did you say, how much of the percent do we set aside, I can't remember off the top of my head, already in our current budget without looking at this? Do you understand my question?
No, I mean, this screen that we're looking at right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we're looking at go to the next one, I'm sorry, the recommended funding model. And we're talking about needing that $3 million.
Right here? Okay.
Yep, that $3 million per year, or 5% of the general fund PPR revenue. When our PPR is coming in each year, how much of a percentage of our general fund, I can't remember off the top of my head, is already set aside currently?
Well, that's what the first line on this schedule is telling us, is that for this year, it's 3.86%. It says 4% here.
Right.
Okay. Carry it out better. It's 3.86% or $2 million. So that's saying $3 million or 5%.
So are you saying that, and we need an additional 5%, or the goal is?
No, that becomes, that
Okay.
$2 million this year just becomes the $3 million for next year, and that would be $3 million, which would equal 5.57%.
Okay, I understand now.
Okay.
Okay. And how does this play out? Well, these are the hard decisions we have to make, right? Because we also have a compensation problem.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where those priorities play into what decisions are we going to make sure that we're keeping our buildings up to date and safe, and and finding ways to make sure that we are doing better by our teachers and staff, and making sure that those dollars follow the students in their classrooms also.
And to your point, and to Mr. Schwartz's point, this 4% you feel gets us to the desired state?
No. Not the 4% this year. That was just this year's number.
Correct.
Going to a 5%.
This year.
After this year.
Increasing.
Way out in the capital fundings project slide. Please enumerate the slides going forward so we can refer to them. To 26, 27, do we get to our desired state?
Yes. Other than Grace Best.
Well, if you go back, he was talking.
He was talking
prior
about the next slide we were on.
This is the one. No,
this one.
No, the one we were just
prior.
Right there. When you get to the 5% in fiscal year 26, 27, are we at a desired state?
Yes, based on the assumptions that we have in there, knowing that Grace Best that needs another fiscal year or two.
Well, actually, I wanted to clarify something, because I think your question, Ms. Upchurch, as I interpreted it, was, does the work that occurred in the committee that addressed the bigger picture future state at Grace Best, is that reflected in our projection here? And the answer to that is no.
Okay.
Because what we're talking about is the difference between continuing to update a facility versus a major renovation and a redesign, and all of those components would be something that could not sit on that chart the way that it currently, I mean, it could in theory, but it does not. So I just want to be clear about that.
Those changes.
Is it fair to say, because for 4 or 5 years I've always heard the term deferred maintenance, and that's what we're talking about here, correct? This is maintenance or deferred maintenance, catch up?
Deferred maintenance is this FCI. We want to be over here in the EFCI. FCI has a lower threshold for funding to be able to achieve what it is. If I just want to sort of make sure that I'm addressing deferred maintenance, I'm not making any improvements. I'm not doing any enhancements. I'm not doing anything to sort of address the realities of what's going on in that building.
So does this model, though, take us to EFCI?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's,
And Mr. Taylor, if I can, on that point, that's the catch-up, keep-up frame that we are striving for. So to the question around the 5%, does that get us to that catch-up and keep-up state? I think that's the major difference from where we were before when we were just looking at a deferred maintenance list. Deferred maintenance doesn't get us as far along as we're really trying to be. So, but Ms. Upchurch, your question, I think, was a good one in that it doesn't address that bigger picture vision that we still have. That would take more of an investment to really be able to make all those things come alive.
Thank you. That was my question.
So we've kind of talked about, what these 2 bullet points are on this, at least the first bullet point there, about $3 million or 5%. The second is kind of the suggested benchmark to hit before considering coming off of that pattern, and that would be to have that all buildings are at 20% or less, and the average age of the bus fleet, the route buses, is 9 years or less.
Correct. And it's average age, so it's, again, right now we're at just over 9 years, based on even that previous presentation I did a couple weeks ago. Good. Okay, so here, as you all recall, contractors really took it in the shorts as we sort of approached the end of 2020, because one of the situations that certainly existed in between owners and contractors was this contractual basis of what we call a fixed price contract. So contractors were signing up for projects, assuming that there was a supply chain that was going to be able to support what it was that was going on, and there was a workforce that was going to be able to support what was going on. All of those different things, as you recall, came tumbling down as we got to the end of 2020. So some of the things that we're trying to do right now, and so the reaction to that is contractors now, when you get a price from a contractor, and hopefully maybe some of you have seen it or haven't seen it, if you can get a 30-day guarantee on those prices, you're doing pretty well. Sometimes it's maybe even a week. Sometimes it might be 60 days. Sometimes it might be 90 days. It depends on what the work and what the scope of work is and what your relationship is with that particular contractor and what you're asking for. But the situation that we find ourselves in now with a lot of these, you can see what these projects are. Asphalt and roofs is really where a lot of the focus is for next fiscal year. So you can imagine those prices can change with the ebb and flow of oil, what's going on with the industries as related to manufacturing, but mostly, honestly, with what's going on with oil. So you can see what those 7 projects, we're talking about $2.3 million. And what we're talking about sort of, hey, going ahead and allowing us to issue purchase orders to these competitive, we've received multiple bids on all of these jobs, but allowing us to go ahead and contract that work, because we would anticipate that these prices, if in fact we're into a situation where we're not able to do this for another 30 or 60 for 60 days, we certainly can't do roofs and just let people know in May that we want a roof done in June. Obviously those days are gone too. But we're trying to sort of get out in front of things, being able to issue purchase orders to these contractors. At this time, again, it's just purchase orders. We're not sending them any money or anything like that. But we want to go ahead and receive your approval for early funding for those $2.3 million for those 7 projects that you see highlighted in green.
So if I could add a little bit more context to this, what Chris is saying here is that our planning window our pre-planning window has gotten extended quite a bit. And so we have to commit, if we're going to do summer project work, we used to be able to wait until later in the spring to get that firmed up. And now we're having to make those decisions earlier, which means we're kind of outside of our budget window, right? We haven't even really been talking about the 23-24 budget. This is 23-24 money that we're talking about here, and that's part of the reason why this work can't happen until the summer, because has to happen after the fiscal year starts on July 1. And so it's early funding, early approval. What we're basically saying is, in the 23-24 budget, could we get an assurance from you all that our funding for capital projects would be no less than the $2.3 million coming off of the $2 million number this year? Correct. And then we can wait longer on the other projects that are listed on here of the full $3 million total until we're later in the cycle, later in the process, until we've had a chance to make those decisions that you're talking about. Hey, can we do the full $3 million, or is there some of it we're going to have to hold back for compensation, or what other priorities may come in the 23-24 budget discussions? But so in order to get summer project work done, this is what we're having to kind of do, this new sequence, kind of out of sequence, to say, hey, is there a comfort level that you all would have to say it would be no less than this 2.3 level?
And just to clarify, the out of sequencing is due to a sort of post-COVID and the market.
Correct.
And also, are all districts dealing with this?
Yes.
I would assume they are, but I just
Yes.
want to clarify.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, depending on the type of work you need to do, some take a little bit longer in terms of lead time relative to what's going on. But our particular projects, especially focused on the things that we are focused on, that
Roofs
being
and
asphalt and roofs for this particular fiscal year, yes.
And then, again, just one more point of clarity that I heard is, when the purchase orders go, that doesn't mean the money is going out yet.
No.
Money would still go out once
Correct.
the budget is approved in
Correct.
June.
Right. So it's issuing a 23-24 purchase order, not a 22-23 purchase order.
Well, I, for one, as one board member, really appreciate the work that's gone into this to get to this level of detail for us 6 months prior to when really the money will be moving, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And as I understand it, it's an approval, but it's not a voted on, it's not something we vote on as a board, correct?
Correct. That's why we're kind of wording it the way we are. You know, we're looking
Sure.
for an assurance, looking for, you know, kind of a consensus.
Sure.
Because yes, there's not a budget.
No,
in
and I
front of
appreciate
you
that,
for
because
that,
it
right? So
speaks to the teamwork that's working here between your team, Dr. Summers, and between this board, and as a board of 5+1. So I really appreciate the effort that's gone into this. So I for one am in favor of the approval. I realize you're not done with the presentation either.
Well, and if you have any questions about any of these projects, we're happy to answer them. The one that's really kind of interesting, and hopefully you see it as interesting, and it's got a lot of money attached to it, is what's going on. And if Sean were here, he would speak to it as well. What's going on at Lewis Palmer Middle School in that bus parking area? It is, I don't know if you've ever been there in the morning, but you're putting your life in someone else's hands. I can't tell you whose hands, but it's someone else's hands. There's an awful lot going on. So, and you can imagine what we are doing over there is we're dealing with both the regional building department, we're dealing with the county, we're dealing with we're dealing with a separate design entity and a group of people, as well as the collection of folks working with Dennis, working with Julia Beta, working with myself and Ricky Vestal on our team. There's an awful lot of people that have to come together, and also Sean and his community as to what is going on. We have provided him drawings and renderings of that nature to kind of give him an idea of what's going on, making sure that we can capture up to 26 buses in that parking area, and really kind of changing the way things are going to work over there. And number one, making it more safe, making it absolutely more safe.
So I'm going to piggyback real quick off of what you were saying, Teresa, is what I appreciate and applaud about this and the work that has gone into this is it's not just cherry picking. It's not just, we're not being presented with something that makes us go, well, where did this come from? And why are we talking about this when we still haven't talked about X, Y, and Z? So this gives a really strong overview. And the priority piece of it is important to me because yeah, as one middle school parent, I personally, as a parent, I'd be like, that's the number one priority, but that may not be the number one priority for somebody else, and that's your job to tell us and coordinate with the staff of what the number one priority is and take us down that path. So I applaud this work because it's a lot of work that went into this, I know, and I think it's a lot of work that's overdue.
As a matter of fact, when I was over at the middle school today, I actually had an assistant principal come, and she said, "Have you seen the condition of our bleachers?" And I said, "Yes, I actually have, and that's actually being talked about tonight in the board meeting." So these are the things that, I mean, these have real, there's real, you're going to see these things, and the school is going to benefit these things in the immediacy, and us being able to order these things and issue purchase orders puts us in a situation where we'll be successful this summer.
So if I were to just look at this list and see district asphalt, is this prioritized? Is this listed in priority?
Well, the 1A, we have 1As and 1Bs. The 1As are all kind of, hey, we need to get them all. These are the priorities. So we're not differentiating like 1.1, 1.1, 1.2 or anything like that. But we sort of broke it up into 1A and 1B.
Okay.
And probably more, the biggest thing on that is these are the things that we have to plan out further. The 1Bs are things that we can do on a quicker turnaround, so we can wait till later in the process on that.
Yeah. Roofs, for example, we've got to get purchase orders over to those guys so that they can hold those materials. Because as you can imagine, the roofs associated with what's going on we're going to be doing about half the roof at Lewis Palmer High School. The materials for that need to be ordered now to be able to procure that, because we're in the situation we're in with supply chain.
I know that the BEST grant is dwindling, the monies that are in that we talked about at the work session, but can any of these qualify for a BEST grant?
So what BEST is able to do a lot these days is a lot of roofs and boilers. Mm-hmm. That's what we do a lot at the BEST board, and I say we because I sit on the BEST board. And so the roofs potentially, but in all honesty, we're not in terms of this cycle that's coming up. We're not in play for that because the BEST grant application already has to be basically done by now. So no, I don't believe any BEST money would be coming along to come alongside any of these projects.
And we've spent a lot of time working with Leo Poirier. The $700,000 you see for the roofs, that is the result. The number that we're showing you is actually, those are bid numbers. Those are numbers that contractors say that they can do the work for. But that is actually $175,000 of savings associated with us being competitive with what we're asking for on utilizing the bid market. So again, we want to sort of, it's a relationship. It's back and forth, and we want to sort of honor that by being able to issue purchase orders to those folks that were able to give us those good numbers. The ability to be able to tell them, yes, we can go ahead and get you a PO, is something that we're working together, because these things are done based on relationships you have with contractors and designers. Do you want to talk about the funds?
Any other questions on that?
No.
Okay. So on
sorry.
This slide is just a slide of structure and intention of how from a finance perspective we want to come alongside this strategy for facility maintenance and improvements, and how we want to segregate the monies into specific funds so that we can track them well and know that they are following that purpose, because there are different levels of visibility and spend that are appropriate, or visibility that are appropriate for certain levels of spend. And so this is just kind of spelling out how we would want to present those. We still have, we've talked about wanting to break out Fund 15, just like we've talked about wanting to break out the MLO monies, and so those are on our to-do list in the business office to get those done. Fund 43 has been the catch-all for a lot of this work to this point, but being able to separate some of that work from Fund 43, which is really big items that have a lot of visibility and may have some other financing avenues, like again we did with the Schneider case, versus that Fund 15 stuff, which would be a lot of what we have talked about here tonight. hey, this is stuff that's being funded from the general fund, but we're gonna track it here in its own fund, so it has that specific visibility for transparency purposes.
All right, we appreciate your attention. We came out of the gates, and hopefully you were able to see some relevant information. But we wanted to sort of understand that and what sort of crystallize the thoughts that we have had and shared with you tonight. By taking this proactive approach, we feel like that we are doing things in a prioritized type of manner, but we are doing things with conversations with principals, with building managers, and with other folks that are involved to understand what's really important at our individual schools, and not just simply addressing it from what's shining and what's new and what the trends might be. But we are also, all of this work is, again, it's bid work. We're working with contractors that we have a robust relationship with. We're trying to do things that are going to save time, we're going to save resources, and going to ultimately put the district in the best position possible. That concludes our briefing.
Chris, real quick, I want to say thanks again. I know I did, but I appreciate that you guys also looked at this from a needs perspective versus a wants perspective. And would you say this is a fiscally conservative, good stewardship approach?
Absolutely. I think one of the things that we are very, very mindful of is those things that last for a projected period of time. You saw all the asphalt work that we did at Lewis Palmer High School this past year, as well as a number of different schools that we are going to do next year. But it puts a whole new face on that particular facility in terms of whether it be visitors, whether it be coaches, other teams, other folks that are seeing your particular facility. It makes you proud of what's going on in Lewis Palmer.
Yeah, that was much needed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Amongst other things. A coat of paint is amazing. Carpet is amazing. I mean, these things, but these are the things that we want to do in a way that is not surprising anybody, but at the same time is doing it in a way that making sure that we are addressing the needs of the schools.
Do you have one more slide?
I do not. Well, I do.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Matt, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
Ron, any other questions or comments?
I don't, thank you.
Teresa, any other comments or questions?
What's included in contingency?
That is a really good question. That, honestly, and you'll notice that it's a pretty good chunk of money.
Yeah, it actually
That's
caught
what
my
got your
attention.
attention? That's how we're addressing those things that we don't you can't see it right now, but that's what's coming out of those conversations with schools. And it's going to be addressed in that that's why it's a pretty good chunk of money. What do we need to sort of pay attention to as we get into schools? For example, Ray Kilmer, as you would imagine, what's Ray Kilmer's number one thing they want to do? New gym floor. Nobody, would you have thought of that when you walk in? I mean, you got to have those conversations. So what does a gym floor cost? Gym floors are pretty substantial. It's at an elementary school, it's a little bit smaller, but that's why we wanted to allocate at least enough money to it so that we are able to disperse that and we are able to address number ones or number twos at a sort of a multiplicity of schools. Playgrounds are a huge thing, to be honest with you. Bathrooms are a huge thing. Really going to a touchless type of situation for bathrooms and new floors. New floors seem to get an awful lot of attention.
Contingency is one of would be that piece of money that would be held on to as we got into the year, and then if things did come up unexpected that were an emergency nature that we need to take care of, then contingency is there to do that. And if we get later in the year and we have not had any of those type of emergency situations, then we can look at other projects that could be a good beneficiary of those funds. So yeah, a good 10% number is a great number to have with that.
This being 12.5%, but that's fine.
There you go.
I have a comment. I don't understand why we're being asked to approve anything, and I don't know that we were necessarily, other than that you guys want to move forward with purchase orders, whatnot. It's not complete is my issue. By your own presentation, you said that maybe next month we'll be at a baseline.
Well, the conversations are happening with the schools so that we would be able to sort of capture, hey, what do we need to fund right now? That, I would argue, is complete. Do we have a robust understanding of the next fiscal? Like if you were to ask me this time next year, we will have all the information relative to EFCI for all those different schools because we had those conversations this time the year before. Maybe we sort of mixed some things too and sort of weren't very, very clear. But this particular, the $2.3 million, that is what needs to be funded for this year.
Okay, well, I appreciate your eagerness, but I also wanted to touch on this concept of approval of this. And I'm just going to read Board Policy DBD, Determination of Budget Priorities. It says, all resources of the district shall be directed toward ensuring that all students reach their learning potential. In order to fulfill its trustee obligation with regard to district resources, the board must know how resources are currently allocated, whether such allocation is effective, and what changes should be made to achieve the greatest educational returns. The superintendent shall develop a comprehensive and ongoing system to collect and analyze resource allocation information. The analysis of this information shall form the basis for the budget prepared by the superintendent for presentation to the board. It goes on and on. This is what we've really been talking about as a comprehensive plan. So when I see this, my first reaction is, what am I giving up? Is it some curriculum? Is it some salary? I mean, $3 million for something that I understand what you're doing, and I totally support and appreciate what you've done. I look forward to it becoming an ongoing process. But we have to look at this big picture. So I, as one board member, wouldn't approve this simply because it's not in the big picture yet. And whenever we make a decision to do something, there's an opportunity cost. And I'd like to start seeing what are those opportunity costs. Because every time I hear a presentation, this is not a reflection on you. Don't take this the wrong way. Whenever I see a presentation and a need, it's the most important need ever. We need it approved now. And that's what I've lived with for 5 years. But it's not comprehensive. So Dr. Summers, I'm going to just encourage you again that we have to look at this big picture, and we need to start seeing it in that framework. This is a great piece that was lacking. There's no question this is better than anything I've ever seen in my tenure here. So we're on the right path. We're just not quite there, that's all. And I know this isn't a budget presentation, and I understand you were really just looking for some, I'm not sure what you're looking for really. As Teresa said, it's not an approval. It's, what are you looking for? Do you need it? You don't need an approval here, do you? Ultimately, we're going to approve a budget, but this is part of that budgeting process, and this information is what the policy would suggest we need. It's just not quite complete is all. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So it's, to your point, Mr. Taylor, a piece of the bigger puzzle that will continue to become more complete as we flesh out more of those details. And tonight, we're not necessarily starting that budget planning conversation. I believe that's our focus for February and beyond. So it's coming, and we look forward to sharing more of that. I think to your question, and I would also tee Mr. Ridgway up to explain it from his point of view on this. We, in the spirit of transparency, are making sure that you all are aware of our prioritized needs and projects that do require early action. And so if we are issuing these POs, which will require board signature, we want to make sure that you all are attuned to that and in a position where you can ultimately, as those official approvers, not be surprised and be in a position of the support that is required to move forward. I think I'm saying that as diplomatically as I can. Mr. Ridgway, is there anything else you'd add to that?
Well, before you do,
Sure.
I want to say that was a perfect response, because in essence, in the past, we've always been surprised because why didn't we know about this? Now in February, March, April, or May, June, we're not going to say, why didn't you tell me about those LP middle school bleachers?
Right.
Because it's here. You are doing a much better job of prepping us for those approvals that'll come.
Correct.
So,
I appreciate that.
yeah.
So maybe I don't need Mr. Ridgway to be teed up there.
You don't need
No, I just would say I agree with you that this is out of sequence from what the policy would say, and that's kind of why we're doing it right now to say, and we're saying it with full disclosure, yes, this is out of sequence, but in order to make these things happen, this is what we are feeling compelled to do, is bring it to you out of sequence. And is this something, is there either assurance you can give, or is there hesitation, and if there's significant hesitation to going ahead and making these commitments, then that's something that we would not do.
I would add that I think this is a continuation, as I understand it, from 2 months ago, when, as a board, take for instance the buses. Sometimes things need to be decided on early for ordering purposes, but that was a little bit piecewise for all of us, obviously. And so, as I see it, this is somewhat of a response to that, and we're circling back so that we can all function better from a place of knowledge in terms of some of the early approval, if you will, or early purchase orders that need to be done for the next school year.
That's correct.
And that's different than it's been done before a little bit. So if we can get into a rhythm with this through year by year, that's going to really help not just this board, but any board that follows us.
But let me add to that, because it's a great point, very good point. And when you guys did all the work you did for buses and getting to the average, the goals that you have, as I recall, we have to buy 2.5 buses a year, which doesn't make sense, half a bus, but you get my point. Is that 2.5 buses included in these numbers?
Not right now. This is purely addressing facilities needs.
Well, see, that's the reason.
But at the same time, yeah, I know we talked about buses in there as well, but we will have to find a way to make that work. And what we're looking at is having to sort of probably stay with that leasing philosophy as to making sure that those numbers work out.
Well, but that was part of the reason I'm asking the question, is because I didn't see buses there either, and yet earlier in the presentation I did, and so.
No, I understand.
And it's not final, so I'm just pointing out a few things.
You're right. I understand.
Thank you again.
Thank you all. We appreciate the feedback.
It's
and
very
the
helpful.
continued opportunity to get closer to our desired state.
Do we know where we're at?
I believe so.
C2, strategic plan update. This is, I'm assuming, the whole group, but I don't know.
Actually, I'm going to invite my cohort for this presentation, Ms. Wetstein. If you would like to join me up here at the table. Is Mr. Belcher coming too? Or you, okay, just a cameo appearance. So I'm going to take us through the first few slides and then invite the person that's smarter than me, Ms. Wetstein, to also chime in as we go through this in more detail. Thank you, sir. So again, I'd like to start from where we left in our January work session, and knowing that this is an update that some in our community may be attuned to and others are continuing to attune to, we're going to do just a brief review of our revised framework that props our vision, mission, strategic plan priorities, and values, all in an ongoing effort and spirit to elevate every student every day. So without reading all of that to you again, we're just going to hover on a few key components. So again, calling out our 6 priorities that have been identified. And specifically, we're going to be looking a little closer tonight at our valuing our people priority. But I did want to just also reference our values that are going to continue to be framed and shared and reflected upon. So integrity, respect, connection, growth, and excellence. And as we think about those core values, as we continue to drive the initiatives within each of our priorities and explore more of our efforts, continuing to value our people, we wanted to restate this as our current approach. So we're calling this a 4C strategy approach, referring to the first letter of 4 different buckets, if you will, in this strategy. So clearly we have talked a lot about compensation, and we will continue to be looking at our pay schedules, both in terms of our regular pay as well as the potential for supplemental pay, how our benefits and leave practices and options also prop up what folks are compensated with. And then professional development. And actually this was, I think, alluded to a little bit earlier in our public comment. So the ways that we are honoring staff certification and different ways for them to be able to utilize and leverage what we can offer. And this is something that involves a lot of ongoing review and work within this particular category. Our calendar, we're just simply referring to there the time that we are working, as well as days off, hours in a day, paid time off. Essentially, we're looking at how time is allocated, how schedules are developed, et cetera, et cetera. And we'll dive a little bit deeper into one of the hot topics that we know surfaced at our last meeting and is being explored right now, which is around the 4-day school/work week. So we do want to share a little bit of an update with you on that topic here in a moment. We're also deeply looking at right now our capacity, which is essentially the way we're looking at program design and the efficiencies within that design. And I think you will see some overlap as Brett comes back up to talk with you about what we have now based on feedback in terms of reporting and how we can be more deliberate with potential decisions that live in this capacity realm. And then lastly, culture. So what we're talking about here is our values, our beliefs, our expectations, and practices that influence our actions. Essentially the collective experience of our people. Now, within this context, we're thinking specifically about staff, but I don't think we can separate our staff very far from obviously our community, and that obviously includes our parents, our families, our kids, and everyone that encompasses our community. So that's just the what. So we want to spend a little bit more time with you in this conversation about some of the how, and specifically on our 4-day school/work week. Before I move into this, was there anything that I can pause and either answer, Amber, anything that you think you'd mention beyond what has already been shared?
Not yet.
And any questions that you may have up to this point?
Yeah, I have a question. So some time ago in the spring, we had a work session, and I raised at the time a concept of 10% of our compensation being performance-based. There's never been, that I'm aware of, any follow-up on that conversation. Yet, during the campaign for the recent MLO and in subsequent feedback from our community, that issue's been raised on more than one occasion. So I'm wondering, is that an issue that just culturally is a problem, or is it being able to calculate performance, compensation? Where are we, and is that even on the radar?
So I'll take a first stab at that, and then Amber, please share anything else you may have. I think the concept is one that, depending on who you talk to, you're going to get a variety of reactions. And so I agree on one hand that there are a lot of questions or even ideas, if you will, that have surfaced from whoever may have a thought about pay for performance as a mechanism by which compensation can be talked about. I will tell you as best I can in what I believe we've heard loud and clear from many of our staff, although we're open to continuing to explore it with him, I can generally say that that is not something that the majority of our staff are necessarily supportive of. So I don't know, Mr. Taylor, that that is a non-starter for us in terms of where we might go there. I think there is an opportunity. We've not formally brought that concept up to our staff collaboration committee, for example. But yeah, I do think there are potential certainly that could be explored. There's also the possibility of pitfalls in the development and execution of a system that is often referred to as pay for performance. The only other layer I would add to that is I am not aware of a district, at least in Colorado, that has designed and executed a pay for performance system that can be learned from in a way that has had positive advantage. So that's a big statement that I just threw out there, but it's one that we acknowledge would be a real touchy topic among others related to this whole compensation category.
If I might reply then.
Sure.
I think we had a broad spectrum of response on this whole concept of time off as some way of trying to retain people. And it impacts a lot of people, and I doubt if you'd find consensus there either.
Correct. So
I understand the issue that perhaps, people are going to have different points of view. Well, that's the beauty of a diverse culture and diverse society. I mean, we want to hear all those points of view so that we can find the best path forward. So that part of your explanation, for me personally, is a plus. I want to hear that diverse feedback. But in fairness, in any surveys that have gone out to the staff, has that topic been included? Because the surveys I've seen, it wasn't.
Not formally as of yet. And I just want to try to restate what I think I was trying to allude to a moment ago, which is in general conversation or reference to the topic of pay for performance, the vast majority of staff that we've heard from, without it being a full comprehensive survey per se, is not favorable to a pay for performance model. So I just want to make sure we're making that, I don't think is as diverse of a perspective, Mr. Taylor, from
And your conclusion, if I might call it that,
okay,
is without even presenting a potential pay per performance system. So it's just conceptually the idea of pay for performance is not being well received in your view.
Yes, that's the simplest way I can share that. Now, to your point, have we opened that dialogue up with a full comprehensive openness or ideas or options, put a lot of effort or work into different types of designs? Not to this point, we have not. So, if part of what I'm hearing is we haven't explored it thoroughly enough, I think we would be open to understanding what we might learn from that. I'm just giving you both what we've heard as well as maybe an overall instinct that would tell you that I'm not sure that it would be a very favorable response, generally speaking, from the majority of staff.
Could you utilize the staff collaboration committee to find out more?
We absolutely can. We'd be happy to. And certainly we could share from our staff perspective, don't just take it from me, what the potentials / pitfalls might be in that type of a model.
And since you're not aware of any school district in the country
At least the state. I
Or
don't want to
in
necessarily
the
speak
state-
for all 49 others,
in the
but
state
yeah.
that has implemented any type of component of their compensation being pay for performance. Not the entire thing, but just some component. Like I think back in the spring, I said maybe the 10% or something that we would use, and not the entire compensation, but just some component of it. So you're saying that in the state of Colorado, there's no examples of any school district that has implemented any type of pay for, or performance-based pay?
Let me try to thank you for that. Let me be a little more clear there. There are examples of it being tried, and to my knowledge, those examples have not yielded the success that was desired. So, in other words, it may have had potential, but the execution and or the thought around it, what have you, I don't know of a successful model that we would necessarily be able to learn a lot from.
Well, in 22 years, the school district hasn't been successful in an MLO either, and maybe we need to look at this a little differently. And this is just some feedback I've heard from individuals in our community, and they're not saying this is the end-all answer.
Mm-hmm.
They're just saying, have you considered this? If you had this, I would vote yes. Now, is that true? I don't know, and I don't really care. The point being is there is feedback from our community. It didn't come in on the surveys because the surveys weren't designed to solicit that type of information. So we don't have feedback because none of our survey questions addressed any type of performance pay-based compensation structure.
That's correct. We did not focus on a pay-for-performance approach to essentially asking the question of the community, would you support this being the reason for or the basis of how MLO funds would be applied? And to be clear, what we were clear about was that this, had it been successful, infusion of dollars would be applied as a percentage increase across all employees as part of a base pay increase. So
Understood.
that feedback I think that you're pointing to is something that we're certainly sensitive to the degree that it would be successful or not. I think that's still a topic to be unraveled some more.
Well, again, as one board member, it seems like we would leave no stone unturned in trying to develop a compensation plan that could be successful. And if that, for whatever reason you have, that you don't think that's a component of our future, I think we're being short-sighted in doing that, because I think I'm open for all ideas, open for any discussion around it. And it feels like, frankly, we've narrowed in on the calendar somehow as being part of our first step solution.
So if I can,
I don't know that I think it is.
Well, it's not. And let me be very clear. I think our last meeting, that was low-hanging fruit that had come forward based on various feedback that had been received. The survey that I think is being referred to was not designed, nor was the intent to try to answer all of these complexities and all of these issues simply through a calendar fix. So we need to do some, back up a few steps. And if I can restate, we are seeing what we have here in the approach to these 4 Cs as that's the more comprehensive approach to really getting clear about what are the levers that can be leveraged to value our people. I mean, what we're really talking about here is staff retention, staff recruitment, and addressing our fundamental gap that we know is our Achilles heel. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to restate this here, and also spend a little bit of time saying we've learned a lot from what didn't go well in this survey, and that is not our sole focus. So that's feedback that we've heard loud and clear, and we want to make sure that we're open to multiple approaches forward. I just, and not to do a tussle here necessarily, but I think it's important that based on staff feedback that we've heard regarding a possible pay-for-performance model. That's why we haven't pursued it very much. But to your point, is now a good time to open ourselves up to any and all possibilities? Well, sure. And what are those possibilities that are most viable going forward? This meeting that we're having tonight is strategically placed a couple of nights before our upcoming SCC meeting, which is our staff collaboration committee. The feedback that we're getting from you all is extremely helpful in how we continue to work with our staff. And then as we think about how this sits in the larger community in terms of feedback and ongoing conversation with parents and other community members, again, we are open and very much grappling through all of these different issues. So I just want to call those things out so it doesn't feel like we're trying to pick and choose any one particular approach over another right now. But to the point of the calendar survey that was also brought up, we do want to share some of the additional feedback that we've received following the December meeting that we had. So I think I'm agreeing with much of what you're saying here, Mr. Taylor, and just making sure we're mapping this out in terms of what these next steps in front of us look like.
So just like, you know, we look at facilities and we look at different buildings, right? Compensation is a complex issue too. I get that. But it does feel to me as one board member that we've somewhat narrowed in, because this presentation, we start with the big picture and it's all wonderful. Then we drill into update on the 4-day. And I know it's because that was the most recent activity. That was our sort of our reaction to the failed MLO was to find, and we heard it from the schools. I was there. I heard the teachers say, well, maybe this would be helpful.
Yes.
I'm not faulting this. I hope you understand.
Sure.
What I'm saying is I don't think we're thinking outside the box enough. We need to look at possibilities. What would be wrong with us leading the state of Colorado in really coming up with a compensation structure that is maybe a little different than everybody else, but so be it. Now, do I know what that is? No. But I want to know.
Sure. We do too.
Well, we got to be a little...
If I can, we're not saying we have the answers through any of what we're sharing here right now. We are desiring dialogue that can lead toward more appropriate and reasonable and effective solutions.
And I'll close my comments with this, for this part. There are community members that are very frustrated with this approach on the 4-day school week. So just as there would be teachers very frustrated with a performance-based pay plan.
Sure.
So I understand what you're trying to deal with. There is no quote-unquote ideal solution because you can't make everybody happy on every issue. It's not possible. But I think what I'm reflecting is what I'm hearing in the community. And the community isn't really excited based on a survey and the results of that survey for a 4-day work week. Now, that's limited. I didn't say they're not for this. I'm just saying that the survey felt like it was slanted toward that's what we're going. In fact, some said, what's the impact to me? Well, I don't think there's an impact because there's no decision been made. Right. But they're asking that question because that's the way they feel or believe is happening. That's a little bit scary to me that we have community members thinking we're going to a 4-day work week. And I've had them ask me, well, why? And I'm like, I didn't know we were.
Is that an appropriate segue to our next slide?
I hope so.
Okay.
Can I interject one thing just
Of
before
course.
we move on? I just appreciate the discussion and our intent with the staff collaboration committee this Wednesday, is to really do what you're talking about, Mr. Taylor, to open up to all ideas within these 4C categories. And so we're excited to hear what our staff may bring forward as far as what possibilities we haven't thought of yet.
Okay, so I just want to clarify a couple things. This is a staff.
The meeting on Wednesday.
It's made up of all staff.
Right. This is
Okay,
one.
that's okay.
Right. One channel of feedback is coming from our staff.
Okay, so in this channel, the staff compensation committee.
A collaboration committee. just to be
Collaboration
clear.
committee. So, Amber, I just want you to repeat what you just said. What is your expectation from that committee?
We plan to solicit feedback about all possibilities that we might not be thinking of within these 4 C categories. So that will be additional feedback from that group as a next step.
And pardon me, but does that mean within this framework we're looking for all possibilities?
This is the framework that we are putting forward to help bucket different ideas around different, again, we see these as those primary levers. If somebody has an idea that doesn't fit in these 4, we're open to it. Our guess would be, in terms of how these operationalize, that it would likely fall into one of these 4 categories. But if there is a 5th C, or if there is some other way or strategy, we're all ears. We're not trying to limit or force feedback per se in any one particular area.
The 4 Cs are fine. I mean, I don't care really. This is the box that you're using, though.
Sure.
And so within this one point, which is performance-based compensation, it would fit under the C. So it's not like I'm outside the box myself. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that there's been no discussion around performance-based pay in the almost 11 months, 10 months since I first brought it up. And I've heard feedback from the community saying we should consider it. But you're saying, well, there's no successful examples of it. Does that mean we don't try?
No. But I am going on record, Mr. Taylor, and saying our staff, generally speaking, and we are wide open to their feedback on this, I would be remiss if I gave an impression that it's something that we've heard from staff as something that's desired. So I think there's a tension that exists there, and that's something that has to be unpacked and understood better in order to ensure that we're looking at this comprehensively and from a multiple stakeholder vantage point.
And if I were a member of the staff and you didn't really have a plan that I could evaluate, I wouldn't be supportive of it either, because I don't know how they could give feedback when there's no plan, no model.
Okay.
Other than conceptually. Conceptually, I don't like the idea that performance is tied to my compensation.
If I can restate this in more of a how this moves us forward, if the board desires to hear more feedback on this particular topic, which we are happy to help facilitate, we can certainly lift that up as a consideration. I don't think there's anything harmful in that. And to your point, to the degree that that involves a model, then that involves time and a lift to be able to produce something of that nature. And the other point to that is, when we're talking about compensation as a whole, what do our staff ultimately desire most? I think what we continuously hear is that we want to be competitive and on par with what the districts in our surrounding area are doing. To my knowledge, none of the districts that are currently we are comparing ourselves to have any framework for a pay for performance model. So that's just another point of reference and additional food for thought.
Understood. So then,
sure.
In your professional opinion, with performance-based salary, if that's something that we implemented, do you think that would be a benefit or a deterrent for prospective candidates to District 38?
At the risk of oversimplifying a response, Mr. Clausen, I just personally would have concerns about how a model like that could be perceived. And I do think there would be several of our staff currently that would not desire that to be the case. It could be more of an impetus for them to seek employment elsewhere. And I don't know that it would necessarily recruit or attract. That doesn't mean I'm speaking for everybody, but that would be my general response. And I don't know, Ms. Wetstein, if you would add anything else to that.
Yeah, I appreciate the idea of thinking differently than how other districts have implemented models such as this. What we've seen from at least one district in the past in the region was a lot of turnover of staff in that district.
And we'll continue to explore. Sorry, Ms. Upchurch?
Oh,
So-
wait, Matt?
Sorry.
Matt, did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Tiffany?
So where I see the idea of leaving no stone unturned and looking at out-of-the-box ideas, when I'm looking at these 4 Cs, and bear with me, I'm trying to put it into words, my racing mind right now. I don't see it as having to be mutually exclusive or an either or. I would see that as a potential to investigate. For example, if there was something that was put on a ballot, maybe that'd be something that you have community members and staff coming together and saying, what would that look like if it was an ask? But I also recognize within these 4 Cs that we're looking at, a lot of work, and we're asking our staff and we're asking you guys to do a lot of work of what are the different options and what do they look like, so that there's an opportunity to have an educated input from our community and an educated decision from the board. So I don't see it as an either or. I see it as another opportunity to investigate.
We appreciate that feedback.
But right now, I understand why we're looking at the 4 days, because that was the first thing that came up, and that was the immediate response. And that's just one thing that it's going to take time, effort, and energy to get into digging down deep into that. And that's what we're looking at right now, as I understand it. Am I incorrect?
I think you're summarizing it quite well. And Amber, did you have something?
I just wanted to remind the community that we did actually get quite a bit of community input into the development of the survey, with quite a few innovative ideas that we also put out to the community, as far as maybe extending the school year, having more frequent breaks throughout the school year. The reason we've honed in on the 4-day school week is because that item got the most interest from our staff and many parents. And I'd be happy to transition and give an update on where we're at in exploring that topic.
And I was a part of, I tuned in and watched. It was a Zoom meeting where a lot of community members attended that Zoom meeting on giving input and ideas of how the questions should be framed on the survey and thoughts and feelings. And our accountability committee we had a robust discussion about it last Wednesday as well. So there's been a lot of robust discussion before, continuing during, and I'm assuming as we're going forward. So I'm interested to see what else we've come up with as well.
And you've referenced knowing some school districts that had some sort of performance-based compensation in their failure. Well, that's a great thing, because we can learn from that. So the more we can learn about those failures, the better off we are. I also made the comment in a work session, I believe, that I'm more concerned about the impact on the kids on a 4-day school week than I am on the teachers or the parents, frankly. And so to me, that was part of the research that I didn't see answers previously. I've read a few things that suggest that it's not a good impact on kids to go to a 4-day week. Now, is that conclusive? No, but I've seen evidence that suggests that it's not a positive for kids. So, part of the budget allocation process is allocating limited resources to unlimited opportunities. Well, our time is the same way, right? It feels to me like our team here is doing a lot of time and effort on a 4-day work week. I personally feel, as one board member, that we should be spending this time getting ready for the next ask, the next MLO, because the 4-day work week doesn't do anything to compensation. It's in my view, a Band-Aid at best for teachers. And so why have we prioritized it so highly? That's the question.
To be clear, I don't actually, our next couple of slides address exactly that point, Mr. Taylor. So I think that might be a good segue. So Amber, would you like to dive into this?
Sure. And we did prioritize this item as an opportunity that we should investigate more because of the high interest that was indicated on that initial survey. Again, knowing that that survey was supposed to be a real cursory view at where our staff and community may want us to investigate more. So we have done some additional research and have gathered some additional feedback since our last conversation. We had an initial conversation with the Staff Collaboration Committee as well as many staff individually. As Ms. Upchurch mentioned, we also had a conversation at the PCAC, which is now what we are referring to as our DAC. And we've had an extensive deep dive with our district leadership team examining all of the pros and cons and implications that we would certainly need to carefully consider if we were to move in this direction further, and just other channels and avenues through community conversations. Our preliminary research with other districts and colleagues, we've also conducted preliminary discussions with colleagues who have instituted 4-day school weeks. We have identified many major factors that we would have to carefully consider if we were to move forward. We have talked about the significance of childcare needs of families who are working. We've been examining potential enrollment impacts, which we cannot answer yet, how many families might opt to leave if we were to go in this direction. We are also uncertain about whether or not moving to a different calendar structure, such as a 4-day school week, might actually retain our current staff. As you heard during public comment, it's mixed reviews even among staff. As you mentioned, Mr. Taylor, we're uncertain about student learning impacts. Some of the narrative indicates there isn't an impact on academic achievement. However, there is also some indication that growth may be impacted. We also know that we would still be accountable to the required number of instructional hours and minutes by the state, so we'd really be tasked to redistribute the time over the course of either a longer school year or longer school days. And so here is our current recommendation. Again, this came out in the public comment this evening. Due to the highly polarized topic and the complex change to implement something such as this, we are recommending continuing to explore this as one possible consideration as part of that whole comprehensive 4Cs idea, no sooner than the 24-25 school year or beyond. We do intend to get additional feedback again on Wednesday night from the Staff Collaboration Committee to inform minor adjustments to the upcoming school year calendar. Another item that had significant support on that survey was consolidating late start professional development time to full day, and that was positively received by parents and staff alike. So that might be something that potentially the SCC would recommend. We do plan to bring you proposed changes sometime in February for approval in March.
Just for clarification, the choice window, first choice window, as I understand it, is closing February 10?
That's correct.
Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Is there a way to make those minor adjustments known before February 10th? Like, or can you give me an example of a
Personally,
minor adjustment?
We might reduce the number of late start days and add a full day professional development in place of late starts.
Okay,
so we
but it
may
would not-
combine 2 late starts potentially into 1 full day. We are not proposing anything other than minor adjustments at this point for the upcoming school year.
So it wouldn't alter the start or end date of the school year or the start or end date
Correct.
of significant breaks? Okay.
And to your point, Teresa, that was something that was hashed out at the PCAC or the DAC meeting, was how can a family decide when you have that choice window, and if we were to make this decision, and I don't think any of us are ready to make that decision at this point, they would need to know by next month, and so that's why the 2024-2025 is on there. It also gives a little bit more breathing room to really dig deep and dive deep into this as well.
Well, I think it echoes something that Mr. Taylor also brought up in regards to, in the event that there is a desire to go back to the voters as early as this November, then what are those contemplations or approaches that would be an adjustment from where we just were this last November? And it feels like, at least right now, and I don't want to do the talking for anybody right now, but that needs to continue to be explored at a very deep level, alongside all of these different possibilities. And I think living in the land of what's possible, while that can be a little bit daunting and somewhat uncertain, is where we do need to be open to our best possible strategy moving forward. And to the point that also incorporates parent, community, multiple stakeholder feedback, in addition to what we want to understand from our staff. That's our charge. That's essentially what we're trying to do through all of these conversations, and capturing that in a way that can lead toward some upcoming decisions that we see looming. So,
And with these decisions, if you don't mind,
Sure.
one more. Having that staff collaboration committee meeting, that happens on the 25th. So there will be some information to glean from that, from our staff, and I would encourage 1 or 2 of us board members to be there to listen and lean in. And as we're going forward, that we really are listening and leaning in and engaging our community in coming up and developing what does this look like, because this is a community effort. And if we really want to make sure that we're being successful, it has to be driven by our community.
perfectly stated. Any other points of comment that we need to hover on based on the last 2 slides, just before we move on? We're pretty close here, but. So this slide we pretty much just spoke to. The only other thing I would add is we do see the development of this upcoming year's budget to be essential to the education pieces that we've been talking about. Obviously, that involves a financial transparency committee approach, as well as continuing to leverage the PCAC, or Parent and Community Advisory Committee. And I should have added a third bullet here that said, and others, that we're not limiting ourselves just to even a committee structure. We want to continue to receive ideas, vet those ideas, engage in this continual 2-way dialogue with our community, which really speaks to that last bullet point.
If I might, on that last slide. I'm
Sure.
sorry. So the Financial Transparency Committee, that has staff, members of the public, professionals in the area, and I think MA representation. Is
That's
that
correct.
And the same could be said of the PCAC.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is both of those committees are broad representations of all stakeholders.
Yes, I would call those representative groups, if you will, that definitely represent a diverse voice and perspective across the community.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep. So this is our roadmap, or our high-level strategic plan decision points reference slide. So what we wanted to do is just make sure that we are, through our board meetings that are scheduled over the next few months, specifying what are some of our deliverables and specific actions that we will be asking the board to be informed about and be able to make an informed decision from now until the end of this year. So I'll just briefly touch on this. You will receive from our January 25th SCC committee and additional feedback, I should add, that goes even further than that meeting. We would like to share all that with you at our February 7th work session. One of the key policies, it's actually a regulation that will receive attention, is our GEBH-R, and that is a policy that speaks to how many years of service our staff receive, how they're placed on the schedule. There's a number of items that it's a very detailed policy, and so it's one of those areas that we think there's a lot of room for input and potential revision. And then we, again, as alluded to earlier, will share the proposed 23-24 calendar and recommended changes at the February 21st board meeting. We would like to provide enough time for the community to weigh in on that so that the final decision would then occur in the March meeting. So I'm going to keep moving here. You'll be able to approve the final 23-24 school year calendar in March. And then we envision proposing updated pay schedules at a minimum for the 23-24 upcoming school year. Again, all at the March 20th board meeting. We believe it would require a good month of additional feedback before we seek final approval for those pay schedules at the 23-24 or for the 23-24 school year at the April board meeting. So that will be done on April 17th. As you know, our budget proposal, initial budget proposal timeline would occur at our May meeting. And then you'd be looking at final adoption for the 23-24 budget on June 19th. Now, this is not trying to be an exhaustive list of all the decisions, but just going back to the 4C slide. These are some of the compensation and calendar considerations that will involve board action. And then, of course, the budget overall will be a big item that we'll be focusing on as we launch into the next few months.
I appreciate the timeline outline. If someone, Vicki, could you just check the May 10 date? It falls on a Wednesday, I believe.
May 10th may be inaccurate.
I think it's meant to be May 15th, just for in case we use this slide again.
And we are happy to update. Thank you for catching that. You're correct. That would be a May 15th meeting.
So I'm going to come back into this context of 4Cs again. Did we ever develop pay schedules had the MLO passed?
We had a conceptual design. We did not share a specific draft. Part of that was strategic in the fact that we really weren't in a position to be able to execute on a pay schedule unless and until it was something that was approved upon by the community.
And some of the feedback from the community is the lack of understanding about the impact of the MLO. So it's a double-edged sword,
yes,
right?
It is.
You want to be careful to not make promises you can't keep, but on the other hand, there's feedback from the community that's saying you need to give us more detail about what are you going to do with $5 million or $4 million in our case. And so in our last work session, Chris did, for me, the first time I'd actually seen a EFCI. Did I get that right? He's nodding yes, so yes.
Good recollection.
I'd like to see an what do you call it? Pay schedule, staff pay schedule.
PSI, pay schedule.
Staff pay schedule. ESPS. And the reason I'd like to see it is because what I liked about the capital budgeting process is they showed us what ideal is. And we still, you know, we put out all this data that we think was sufficient to convince the community to support an MLO for compensation. Now, I'm kind of ignoring the comments that I got that said, you know, it's got to be more specific, it's got to be constrained. I mean, those things were there. But what I have heard that wasn't there is, where's the real analysis of where that $4 million is going to go? So the only way I can think of seeing it is an extended, if you will, staff pay schedule that says, ideally, this is where we would be. And again, to reinforce to everybody, that only gets us to average. However, if we had that, then we could also see how short we are based on what we can do with the limited resources we have without the MLO that our neighboring school districts have, right? And it would be, frankly, very useful information. So I don't know the reluctance, but I think it's time that we not think of it strategically, but perhaps more tactically and just say, hey, this is it. Here it is. Front and center, this is where we stand. This is where we should be if we're going to be comparable to the average in our school, surrounding schools. And this is what we believe the pay schedule would look like. But this is where we're really at because we don't have those MLOs that they have. If we're not communicating this and educating our community, how do we expect for them to ever agree to support us? Because they want the details. And I want to provide them the details. So when I look at this in April, I hope that it will say, we seek your approval for pay schedules. I hope that it'll also show us, this is what the pay schedule should be if we wanted to be at the average with our surrounding school districts for compensation. It would be ideal, in my mind, if we had some sort of pay for performance component in there, but I'm not going to ask you to go there because you are reluctant to do so. And until we have a model or something that you can follow and feel confident in, then I'm not going to push that issue. But it's not going away, that issue. But I would like to see in April what we should have had before the MLO. And that's hindsight that's speaking, by the way.
Well, I think it's a different framework. I think there's strategy as it pertains to campaign maybe, but then there's also one strength I think this board and this team has had is looking at long-term planning, and we can incorporate now that conversation in long-term planning much more effectively given the context that we've had so many failed MLOs and that this district is behind the other districts in this region in terms of paying our staff and teachers and our hiring and retention. So I think when we see a pay, is it reasonable to ask for the pay schedules that come out in April to have a parallel one with what it would look like with the other $4 million?
Yes. I mean,
or maybe it's not $4 million. I'm sorry to cut you off. Maybe it's to get us to that sweet spot that we were talking about last fall. It might not be the same number.
Yes.
I agree with Chris. I think it'd be helpful. Unless there's a reason not to, which maybe we're overlooking.
I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. I'm going to keep them very, yes. The one thing I just want to maybe mention and keep in mind that this really is a respectful statement. We weren't trying to withhold anything. There was no hidden agenda of, well, we're holding all of this back from our people. Part of it is a capacity issue for us. And generally speaking, what we went on record to say was that there would be at least an 8% bump to the base pay for all employees. So to the degree that we could put that into an updated pay schedule, yes, that's something that just is a formula that we could apply. And it wasn't necessarily just 8% across the board, it was an average of that 8%, right? So right, that detail I appreciate. If that was missing and that was a reason why there was not enough confidence, then we accept that feedback and we will do better. My side note is this, if I just can say it in a real respectful way. I'm not sure that I necessarily always get the impression that something that simple is going to all of a sudden change the minds or the hearts of people as they're going to the ballot box. I still believe there's other fundamentals that are at play, but to the degree that somebody says, it would be really helpful to see this data, I want to understand this better, we can do better to communicate all that, we are absolutely committed to doing that.
Yes, that's what we're saying, and it's also a reflection, as we hear from our stakeholders, from a highly educated community who's also very detail-oriented at times,
sure.
that would be not only helpful, but in some conversations necessary.
Well, and let me build on what Teresa said. Dr. Summers, nobody has ever accused you of withholding information. We know what the situation was, and when you say capacity, we get it. There was turnover, there was time, etc. But right at this present time, moving forward, the concept and the question really becomes, and you alluded to it, is that we sort of just did this average of 8% across the board. We really didn't have the detail. Is that a fair statement? At a pay schedule level.
Yeah, we could do more.
Let me conclude
Sure.
that then, because I think then the question that I've heard from the community is, how do you know that 4 million is the right number? Because I don't know, other than that, well, that's the average that we're lower than, but is that really the right number? And I think that's one of the questions that is uncertainty, and so I don't know.
That was, and I do think somewhere in the process of trying to convey that the analysis that was conducted based on the market study comparison that we did, you recall, we did spend extensive time looking at how we compare to all of our districts and the average and so forth. So that work was done. At what point in helping the community understand it was lost in translation, or it wasn't made more clear, or what have you, I respect that there's more that we can provide. I'm just, I think, sharing that some of what I am hearing is, okay, with that information, it shouldn't be much of a problem. And maybe that's not exactly how it's being said. I just still believe there's other dynamics that are at play beyond even the data itself. So I want to, just for my own sharing, acknowledge we're hearing everything that's being talked about. We can produce it, and we'll continue to work forward in that effort.
Again, it's about long-range planning, and I think Chris's example of what he did with capital is good, because he looked out 3, 4, 5 years. I haven't seen that in this category yet. I know a lot of work went into what you did. I saw it all. I asked certain questions throughout that process. But what we haven't seen is, what is that? Have we done an analysis that says, here's the pay schedules of D20 or
Yes.
D12, or looked at the composite of those pay schedules and then said, here's ours. Here's where we're short, here's where we're even, this is whatever. And so this is what our pay schedule would look like. And I'm not saying average is ideal, but at least let's go somewhere and start there, and then say, what is that amount of money? Is it 4 million, or is it whatever that number yields?
We did do that, and that is why the ask was what it was. So,
well, who did you share it with?
Everybody. That market analysis was something that was conducted over a series of months that yielded the understanding of the gap And that was the basis for the total amount that would get us to that parity. So
That was the summary. I saw the summary, but where was this pay schedules? Can we see them today? If the work's done, that makes this easier.
Sure. Well, to the extent that D20 and D12 don't even operate off of pay schedules anymore. They operate off of a system that is designed to level out and add percentage increases over the course of year over year, et cetera. But the analysis that was conducted, and to the degree that we can show what it would translate to in our new system, that additional piece we can certainly calculate and share. But I think we did do that gap analysis. That's what yielded the request for the 4.5 million that was for our system, and then the additional $1 million that would be shared with Monument Academy.
So you said D20 and which other school district?
We did that with a number of districts.
No, D20 and which other one?
District 12 does not have a pay schedule.
Okay, so here again, now this is another example where other school districts have taken a lead, if you will, and said the traditional pay schedules isn't what they're following. So have we looked at their approach and said maybe that's what we should be doing? Or again, I'm not trying to cut straws here or put anybody on the defensive, but frankly speaking, I am still at a loss on what we're proposing, because we're hanging on to the old pay schedules, and yet when we compare to our surrounding districts, we understand that they've abandoned those for something different. Is that something different, something we should be considering, or is it just something that we don't think about, or I don't know?
We are open to that thinking, and again, what I'm just stressing is that the work that was done to yield what the ask was based on that comprehensive market analysis study that demonstrated the gap as it was calculated to be what the basis for the ask was intended.
Understand.
Yep.
Understand. So you're telling me, though, you have what the pay schedules would have been for D38 had the MLO passed?
Not in a way that we have published, no. Not yet.
Because I was just going to ask for them, because I hadn't seen them. And that's what I'm asking for now.
I understand.
Okay.
And we will produce that.
Okay, well, I felt like I was going in circles a little bit.
So
That's what I'd like to see is what would the
an ideal state.
This is what we have to
can
do because of limited resources.
I understand that.
Tiffany?
So when you said limited resources, that's the point I was making earlier is when you have limited resources, what are your priorities? And when you look at the bigger picture of compensation, facilities, all the things that go into a budget each year, and making sure, and for me, compensation is still my #1 priority when we're looking at our budget each year. When I look at this timeline, I was under the impression that when it says we will seek approval for pay schedules for the 2023-2024 school year, that's the work you guys are planning to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll have that in hand in April. I do understand, though, what Mr. Taylor's saying, because that was a question I had asked multiple times, and I heard also is, what does that look like? But I will say that it was, yes, it was on that graph, that gap, and I remember that graph. We used it often. One of the feedbacks I did hear was a lot of folks, it wasn't to them user-friendly to find, having a conversation to say, oh, here it is. So, I mean, I think that's, to Mr. Taylor's point, I think that's probably an improvement we could make is where is that information, and how do we just grab it at the snap of a finger and say, here it is, also in addition to here's more. And I'm confident that by April we'll have that.
Any more slides?
I don't believe so. Nope.
So Matt,
Not on this one.
any questions or comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Ron, any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Tiffany, any further questions or comments?
how many school districts in the state of Colorado currently have a 4-day school week?
I believe it's 124.
Out of 178 or 80 school districts? I know a new one was created, but
I think it's 178.
178.
still 178, okay.
Mostly rural, though, is my understanding.
Yeah, Pueblo does, and there's some ones that are starting to spread up the Front Range towards like Greeley.
Brighton district.
Yeah, not Greeley, Brighton, yeah. Again, don't quote me. It's not Greeley.
You're good.
Anything else, Tiffany?
No, sir.
Teresa?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the update and the discussion. Lively's good. I'm wide awake.
We are too.
All right. The next session is our recent board communication. And for this, Ron and Teresa, if you guys could maybe just summarize the communication and maybe some of the feedback we've gotten so far. I've had a conversation with Dr. Summers and Mark, I believe, I think Mark was there, about taking that feedback and treating it like survey feedback and summarizing it some way so that it can be made public, so that there's a better feel for, just it's another source of information from our community.
So I can give a high-level summary. So the Board of Education, hopefully those of you who are out here and those of you listening received a letter from the entire board signed by all of us. It was an outtake of a discussion at our November 30th work session. In terms of, the discussion began in terms of communicating further with our community. As we see it, the MLO failure was one means of communication of the community with us. And so this is in turn somewhat of a response to that. It is a continuing conversation, obviously, over the last number of years, and bond and MLO presentations on the ballot. But I think also it was an action toward this board trying to communicate with the community in a way so that we could continue the collaboration that began and has continued through the Engage and Elevate sessions and through the election cycle, so that a failed MLO is not the end of a conversation. It's a continuation of a conversation. We as a board unanimously agreed that the need was there to put that question on the ballot. And so we just wanted, and I think a lot of work occurs in work sessions and at board meetings. Our primary way of relating to our community is often through our public board meetings like tonight. But we also realize people have busy schedules, don't always tune in, may only read the summaries in the newspaper, whatnot. This was just one more way, hopefully it was additive, for us to connect with our community, and that was our hope and desire. We did receive feedback, and I don't know if we can translate that into, I don't think of it as survey data or survey input. I think there's definitely there are people who have come forward to say they would like to collaborate and help. And there are other people who come to public comment and say the same thing. So it's important for us to stay in connection with people who are offering their help. And then we also have received some feedback that give us important information and, if you will, a window into how or why some people volunteered why they didn't vote for the MLO or why they did vote for the MLO, and that's all very useful information for us as a board. It just continues our conversation. So with that, I don't want to take up all the airspace here, so that's just my general overview.
Ron, do you want to speak to this? Looks like we lost him.
I have no messages from him.
Do you know where he's at? I don't either. Well, first of all, let me thank Ron and Teresa both for putting that communication together and listening to our feedback and incorporating all of that. I thought the communication was a fair presentation of where we sit as a board. And we're very lucky, in my opinion, to get the feedback we're getting. And I hope that feedback continues. In fact, I want to invite feedback to that particular communication. I think part of the question that we've talked about tonight, we're talking about ongoing business and what are we going to do, and I, for one, as one board member, believe that we can do a better job. And as you said, it's a continuing conversation, and between now and August, sometime in August, before this is actually put forth, the school district can do a lot of work to help educate our community about the situation. So when I talk about that feedback that we see from these emails, to me, it's very valuable. If they take the time to write an email back explaining what would have changed their vote, that's powerful. And so anyway, it may not be in the form of a survey, but that feedback is just as valuable, if not more so, in my opinion. I, as one board member, believe that we need to continue down the path of how do we address the compensation issue that isn't going to change unless we find another way to address it. And another way, one of them is some sort of commercial way. I don't know exactly what that would mean, if it's sales tax or, start a business on the side. I mean, I'm looking for feedback too. Ron, are you there?
Yeah, I was actually speaking on mute. It was an excellent set of sentences. I'm sorry you all missed it.
Oh, I am too. Go ahead.
All I wanted to say was I could be off, but I counted about 18 responses. So the data points are important because they're our customers, and what they say matters and has impact. Whether it's statistically significant enough for us to be added to the survey that had thousands and upon thousands of responses, that's probably a separate conversation. But the most important thing here is we made a commitment to act and not just accept the results of the election, because we still have a challenge. And the intent of the communication was to explain where we were at to the public, and that we intend to move forward and try to achieve some results that fix the problem. And ultimately, that's our job. And that's what we need to continue to move forward to achieve, and to hopefully be able to do so before the next pay cycle begins. Because that's really what would have happened if there was a different result in the election.
Very good. So again, I'm just going to conclude my thoughts around this, and that is, we had 48% of our community that said yes, that they wanted to address this compensation through the MLO that we put on the ballot in 2022. And I really want to talk to the 52% who said no and understand why and what is it we can do differently. And that's the feedback we really want and need. And my questioning tonight of Dr. Summers and Amber during this Focus on 2 is to do just that, is to what is the information we can provide that's different than what we did last year, that hopefully is more transparent and more informative, in order to go back to the public with another MLO and pass it. Because the scheduling of time isn't going to change their compensation. I mean, yeah, it's a valuable piece of time is money, they'll say, right? But it doesn't change paying the bills. So I don't know how else we're going to address it. And I'm open to ideas on how could we address it. But in my mind, it still comes back to let's give a detailed explanation. Like right now, we know what our capital, well, we're working on. I'm not going to say we know, because we're on a path to know. And I want to be on that same path to know for compensation. And I think we're on it. And so hopefully in February, March, and April, we'll get a better picture of it. But, you know, the detail, I would love it if we went back this fall and said we need 3.739876. That's what we're asking for, because that's exactly the amount that we're short. Now, I'm being a little facetious there, but you get my point. Tiffany, any comments or questions?
I really appreciate and applaud the work that Ms. Phillips and Mr. Shores put into this letter. I think it resonated a lot and we got a lot of responses from it, which is what I think is most important, is that people are reaching out to share their thoughts and feelings. I'm going to push back a little bit on something, and I shared this with Ms. Phillips on the phone. My only concern with the letter was that I don't want it to be a drive to this is what we're going to do in the fall. And I'm not saying that I agree or oppose going for another ask in the fall, but I think we still have a lot of work, and I think we saw a lot of work happen tonight, and I got a lot of questions answered, but I still think we have a long way to go. And there's a lot of unknowns coming up in November as well. There's a lot of unknowns at the state level. And so I'm glad that this conversation is happening, because I'm going to be fully honest and transparent, and I'm sorry it's going to come across negatively, but if there was a vote in front of me tonight, I would have to vote no, because I don't feel like we have adequately engaged enough in checking boxes, crossing T's, dotting I's, and saying what it's going to take to get there. And I think that we're on a great path to get there. I think the work that I saw from Mr. Kolcher, the work that I saw from Ms. Wetstein and Mr. Bridgeway, I'm going to combine your name. Mr. Bridgeway is good work, but I think we still have to engage our community more. And I think that this has to come from the community. I have this fear that if we as a board, if the 5 of us say, yes, let's go again, that it's not going to be enough to get us over the edge. It's got to be community-driven, truly, truly community-driven and community engaged. And the problem with that is it's going to be messy and people are not going to agree, but I think that that is the right way to go, is that all voices are at the table. That's just my personal perspective. I see things, and I saw the miscommunication. I think we could do a better job on, people didn't understand that Colorado Revised Statute specifically says that this shall be accounted for in the general fund. That is not something D38 gets to decide. But that added to a lot of distrust, because it's state law. It's Colorado Revised Statute 22-45-103, 22-54-113, 22-54-108. These are all specific statutes. But maybe it's something that we say, okay, we have to acknowledge it's state statute, but how can we be more trustworthy and say, okay, it'll go to the general fund, and then it will be put specifically into this fund that Mr. Ridgway had created. So can that be in ballot language? These are all dialogues I think we have to have with our community before we can seriously talk about going to our community again. I think we've got a lot of unanswered questions that we have to have. I think we need to be better. And it's no fault of some of the stuff. I agree with you, Mr. Taylor. Some of the stuff I saw out there was just incorrect, flat incorrect. But some of the stuff I saw was valid questions and thoughts and feelings. And so I would like, and I don't want it to be, I felt that the letter came across as possibly driving us down one lane, and I want to keep the door wide open to what are all the possibilities. And I don't want to get stuck in analysis paralysis either, so I understand there's a balance there. But I want to make sure that we are being resourceful as we can possibly be, and that this community understands that this is absolutely compensation. That's not going to go away. That's a problem. And if we think the state's going to fix it, the state's not going to fix it. Every school district in the state of Colorado that's able to fix this does this with their local community. And it has to be a local community decision and a local community-driven effort. And that's, so I want to make sure that we are being mindful and including our community from Monument Academy, our parents, our business owners, our staff. And I think we're getting there. I do, but I do have some concerns about just saying, let's do this now. Because that was, when I read that, I thought, wait, we're talking about this already? I didn't know we were talking about this. I think that having these open, hard dialogues and being transparent and being vulnerable is important. That's my input.
Thank you, Tiffany. Matt, any comments?
I just want to thank Mr. Schwartz and Ms. Phillips. I thought it was a well-written, and I also concur with Ms. We don't want to misinform the community that we've already. I think it's important that they know that it's an ongoing dialogue to their input.
Matt, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry, can you hear me, Mr. Taylor?
I can now.
Okay, just want to thank Ms. Phillips and Mr. Schwartz. I thought it was a well-drafted letter. Also concur with Ms. Upchurch's comments that we're still discussing it, and I think we need some more feedback from the community before we make a definitive decision.
Thank you very much. Teresa, any?
Yeah, if I could just respond. There is no intention in this letter. It was simply meant to communicate overall what we had talked about thus far. And so, of course, it's an opening and an engagement, hopefully, with our community to move forward in a collaborative way, no matter what people's views are. And we invite that. And we will continue to provide. I think one of the takeaways I have from some of the responses is people were glad to know in ways that some action that they could take in terms of reaching out to us. So we'll continue to provide that opportunity and more communication in the future.
Yeah, one of the outcomes of this discussion point was, what are the next steps? What are we going to do? And I personally am asking questions of our district in the presentations to try and help address what I've heard from the community that was lacking. Because, we need to get clearer information out that addresses the real problem. And I don't think compensation is the only problem. I never have. However, we decided last year that's what we were going to ask for. And I apologize to Dr. Summers if in any way he felt like I was putting him on the defensive, because I wasn't intending to do that. And my intent is to really, let's outline the financial implications of priority 2 in a clearer way, so that the questions that we've been asked that are legitimately unknown, we have answers to. Because I'm not trying to address the noise. I'm trying to address those questions that came in that are, I think, legitimate questions. And I think we have to look at it from a perspective of informing the community. And so I appreciate the letter, the time and effort that went into it. I appreciate Teresa particularly being willing to be responsive to each one of those. And I do encourage the community to continue to communicate with us that way. I'd end that with one of the next steps we might do is to be a little more engage and elevate process in the budgeting process this time, and that we look at the budgeting process more holistically, so that we look at all the trade-offs that exist, so that whatever we're asking for, we know what the opportunity costs are as well, and that we really go out and make the budgeting process this year like a quote-unquote campaign, right, where we're really trying to elevate and engage with our community about where is the money. Because it bothers me personally when people say we're corrupt, because I don't think we are. I don't think anybody in the school district is. But those accusations, and I'm not here to go out and defend every false accusation that occurs, but I think we can do a better job. That's all I'm trying to get to is let's dig a little deeper and be a little more engaging and elevating of our community in this budgeting process. That's what my ask would be.
And I guess my request would be that if we can set up some Engage and Elevate sessions on our calendar, since we've been talking about the calendar and it is January. I know May comes up quickly. But if there's a way we can please schedule some of those Engage and Elevate sessions as a next step past this board communication, that would be great. And then obviously we have some topics at hand we've talked about tonight, but we can maybe put that on another work session agenda item.
Can I share one more thing? I concur that some more engagements would be leading up to April and after April. And I feel like April is going to be a date based on that calendar that I saw. I feel like April will give us a lot more clarity. And so I'm looking forward to that work that comes into that. I really do think that that'll help answer some questions for me. And I do want to make sure, please know that I think that letter was well drafted.
The letter is from the entire Board of Education. It doesn't lay in my lap. So you guys everybody was aware of what it said, and it is what it is. So that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Any other final thoughts, comments? I think I'm good to go. Let's go to C4, Financial Planning and Analysis with Brett Ridgway.
I'm sorry, this is an aside. While you're getting to the slide, is there a way to zoom in on this?
Yes.
When it's in board docs?
Go to comment. We'll go right there.
Oh, thanks. Oh, thank you.
I forgot my spectacles. So
Yeah, I did too.
So Brett Ridgway, Chief Business Officer, are there questions? Are there paths you want me to go in particular?
Go ahead.
Just general overview would be helpful for me.
I have some questions. Where are we on closing the audit for fiscal year ending June 22? And what's the outlook for getting done?
The auditors are going to be here on site next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They have all the information that they need. And so the outlook, I believe, is that they're intending it's wrapped up by the end of February.
So we'll have a presentation, final annual financial report by March?
That would be my expectation, yes.
March work session, and then a final in the March regular board session?
Yeah, that's what I would hope.
Okay. And that then leads to the next question is, so we can really finalize the current year budget when that audit is complete, right? I mean, the budget itself starts with that final financial statement of the prior year, so.
That's true, but statute only gives us till January 31st, so these deadlines aren't in sync that way, and so.
But that's on us, and just historical, you know,
Yes.
we're behind.
Yes.
And so by January 31st, what is the requirement for the board?
If you're going to pass an amended budget, if you're going to amend your budget that you passed in June, you have to do that by January 31st. If you're going to do something, if you want to do something related to your budget, your current year budget after January 31st, it has to, that's called a supplemental budget, and it has to be related to revenue changes that drive appropriation changes. Because what you're really doing in an amended budget or in any budget is setting the appropriation. You're talking about how much money you're going to spend. And so if there's going to be a change in that spend after January 31st, it has to be driven by a revenue change.
Okay, so we approved a one-time compensation adjustment for January, whatever the date was, of 2023. Was that, in your mind, an approval of an amendment to the budget?
Yes.
And that has been reflected in that amended budget?
Yes.
So do we have a current version of that amended budget?
That would be the next item, C5.
And, okay, and we're going to go through that and approve it tonight?
We're going to go through it. Approval's up to you.
But by statute, you just told us that our deadline's 31st of January.
Yeah, if you're going to do something, you do it by January 31st.
That's an interesting statement. If we're going to do something. So, Casey, can you help me remember? So we approved a budget last June. Have we approved any amendments since June?
To the original or finalized budget, there has not been any amendment to this point, no.
And in prior years,
Except maybe the one-time compacts.
That is currently reflected in the proposed amended budget. So it is accounted for at this point in this meeting.
In prior years, I recall, we may have called it flexible budgeting, but it was amended budget according to statute. But I recall specifically approving those amended budgets. And so my point being is I don't feel like we have, well, I guess in June we approved the first draft. We've approved a compensation adjustment. What else have we approved? Bits and pieces here and there?
Well, when we get to the amended budget presentation, we can go
I
through
can
all that.
hold off. I can hold off.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions on the financial planning and analysis?
But I was referring to the enrollment when I was speaking before, so let me rephrase. Is there anything about the current district enrollment that is surprising or unexpected?
Not to me, but of course I'm only here for 6 months, so this
Dr. Summers,
this is all new to me.
And I'm not expecting a particular answer. It's an honest question.
No.
Okay.
See, this is a relatively immaterial change. There's nothing on there that jumps out that says, "Oh."
It's nothing that's out of the norm compared to where things have been the past few years.
Okay, thank you.
There are some things that I would like to show you, if you're amenable, on the regular package. But if we have questions, we can go through those first.
I have questions on that one anyway, so we're good.
So, based on our conversations in previous meetings, I have made some adjustments. I've added some new information. So if we go to, the graphical presentations, starting on page 6, I've adjusted this to this top graph after talking to Mr. Taylor to be a year-to-date general fund activity statement. So before, what it was comparing full year budget and year-to-date actual, so that you were kind of seeing the pace of actual against that budget over time and where we were. And so this is essentially doing the same thing, but it doesn't have the full year budget result, budget target on it. It just has a year-to-date budget target along with the year-to-date actual results. The year-to-date budget target is fairly theoretical at this point because we haven't budgeted on a per month basis, and so to do that well, we would really need to change our style of budgeting to do that on a monthly basis. But until then, I think what I've done is make I believe an appropriate estimation of monthly budgeting, given what is the things that have the most volatility month to month versus things that are pretty steady month to month. So what you see on this top graph is the blue is the current budget, meaning this is what is proposed in the amended budget, and the orange is the year-to-date actual. And so you see a common starting point in the fund balance. That's a key way to determine the difference between what is the current or amended budget proposal versus the original budget, because the original budget wouldn't have the exact same fund balance as the actual would. Revenue, you can see, is 16 point. I'll zoom in here. $16.8 million is the budget. We're at $16.89 million in actual, so we're a little bit ahead on revenue. Spend is 26.5 in the budget, 25.9 in actual. So we're a little bit behind on spend. So both of those are combining. Those variances are working together to create a end of period fund balance that is a positive variance there of about $700,000. Down here below, I've also changed this up a little bit, but this is the month-to-month fund balance trend. And again, the point of this graph is to indicate why do we start the year at certain levels of cash and fund position, and how does that behave over the course of the calendar year. That's pretty similar. On the next page, I've added to this top chart where it says year-to-date general fund revenue by source type. I still have the full year budget target, but then I have a year-to-date actual in orange. So the full year budget target is in dark blue, year-to-date actual is in orange, and the year-to-date budget estimate in kind of the lighter blue. And so this, again, shows, what this really should show you is that, again, most of the local revenue hasn't come in yet. And it's not going to come in yet until after we get to tax collection season. State revenue is coming in at a more even pace.
Question for you, Brett.
Sure.
Thanks. Sorry to interrupt. So I just want to make sure I'm seeing what you're showing. I'm okay. Are you at the bottom chart on page 6?
I'm on to page 7 right now, but I can go back to page 6.
If you don't mind, that would be great.
Okay.
Because I think it's a similar look, right? It's a similar explanation of the flow of funds, right?
Yes, this is the month-to-month.
Here's my question. Yeah, so actually, now I'm on 7 shows revenue coming in. Is that correct? And page 6 does not show revenue coming in. Is that right?
Page 7 is a revenue focused. All 3 graphs on that chart on that page are focused on revenue. On page 6, the top chart shows revenue and expense and fund balance beginning and end, and then the second chart is really just a fund balance chart.
Okay. I guess what I'm missing is it seems to me if you start out with 14 million or so, and you're going to spend around 50 million for the year, 50 million is going to come in anyways, right? Are you saying that on that chart at the bottom of page 6 that no revenue has come in yet?
No, that bottom chart is only about fund balance, and so it reflects the year-to-date activity that's shown in the chart above, where it shows that $16.9 million of revenue has come in, and expenses have been $25.9 million. And so that leaves us with an ending fund balance at the end of December of $4.9 million, which is down from 14.0 as a start. So that shows that our expenses to this point have outpaced revenue by about $10 million. That's the expected pattern. But that's a real pattern. It's a material pattern to be visible and to be aware of.
Ultimately, that would make up for itself at the end of the year, right?
Yes, and so on the bottom chart is why in the blue columns they get down to that low point in February, and then those blue columns start to grow through the spring until we get to the projected ending point in June, which is in dark blue.
Okay, thank you.
So those are the changes there on the revenue pages. The other place I really want to go to and show you some brand new information. If we go and then we can look at the bookmarks. If you pull down the bookmarks, you can go and select a position here, a bookmark called compensation and staffing. And so this is brand new information for you.
Page what, 55?
This is on page 55. And the bookmark on the left side is called compensation and staffing. And so what we have here is a series of data in the following pages, but a couple pages of graphical presentation as well to show you our staffing spend on a dollar basis. So each of these charts is a combination chart. The left side axis is about dollars. You can see annual dollars there on the left side axis. And that's what the columns represent. And again, representing, and the way that I'm doing this, the way that I'm presenting this is taking our most recent month of payroll, so our December payroll at this point, and extrapolating that out and say if we did that 12 times, this would be a full year version of the December payroll against the blue columns, which again are the budget for the full year. So again, extrapolating out that single month, projecting it against the full year budget and saying how does that compare on the dollar. So that's what those columns are doing. The data points that are in each of those are indicating the head count for that particular segment of the staff. And so for the general fund, I made the general fund big, right? Because that's where most all the action happens. Not literally all, but the biggest portion of it. So we're talking about the segments of administrators, teachers and licensed staff, professional technical staff, and all classified support. So those are the four main category segments that I'm presenting here, showing you both in terms of budget dollars and then showing you the head count that is assigned to each of those categories in each of the funds. Because the three smaller graphs over to the right show the information for you in the grants fund, and the nutrition services fund, and the transportation fund. So those are the four different funds that we have staff being paid from in the budget. Questions or observations about this? Is this in any way useful to you?
It was useful that you explained it because I actually had a question mark about this page. So.
Okay. So again, this is taking the December payroll and extrapolating it out. And up here at the top is where I give you the numbers of that and say there was 815 people paid, and that's the employee head count. And the annualized gross pay of that was $33 million. The benefit cost of that would be $11 million, so a total cost of $44.89. And that compares to the budget over here on the right, where we had just in the gross pay column, so they're not really comparing the benefit piece, but the 33.8 gross pay annualized there to 34.9 is the full year budget, and the year-to-date actual there does show 17 million. So 48.7% spent of the budget when we're 6 months through, 50% of the year through. Now, you may want more information, more data, and that's what the pages behind would be. So less graphical, more data oriented, but what you can see here are specific numbers that are graphed on that first page. Okay. And that's what is here in the middle of the screen, and then we have what the budget again is projecting on the right side of the screen. And this is done by fund number here. So the general fund, Fund 10, again, nutrition, transportation, grant funding, and then the total of all of that, so we can look at the employee segments across all of those funds. I will peel another layer back in the pages behind there, and we look at the general fund in particular, but we start to focus in on the general fund and individual locations or departments. So each school is reflected here, and it shows what that school's employee headcount it was for December, what the annualized gross pay was for that, the benefit cost of that. So we're getting the same information, but just peeling it back, to a different, another further layer of detail, and also comparing that to the budget for each of these locations. So I hope that this starts to head us down the path of getting some good, a lot of data. It takes a while to digest to make sure that it's information for the reader, but in terms of the number of headcount that's there, in terms of staff, related to the number of students, there's a student-teacher ratio here on the side for each of the schools as well, for the categories that are teachers.
Can you point that again?
Right here on the left side.
Okay.
Student to teacher ratio. And the reason there are two numbers is because in each school, especially when we're looking at schools, there are staff that are general fund sourced, and there are staff that are funded from grants. And I am showing both of those here so that we can say, hey, at this particular school, there's 54 staff total, 54.1 funded there. And some of that is from grant, but most of that is from the general fund. So for instance, it says here that 3 teachers are from grants, 28 teachers are paid out of the general fund.
So on the other side, on my left side, what you point out, the student to teacher ratio.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just take that for example, where it says 11.579 and 1.234.
Right.
Is the 1.234 the grant amount and 11
Yeah.
point? Okay.
Yeah, so what I'm really doing, I'm calculating, when I'm doing the student-teacher ratio here, I'm calculating it at a total. So total for 399 students, and there are 28.1 plus 3, so 31.1 teachers at 399 students is going to give you 12. And then I'm allocating that 12 to the 2 categories that have teachers. So a majority of that, of course, would come from the general fund.
And those teachers could be classroom teachers, special education teachers, music teachers. That's all the teachers in the building.
That's correct.
Okay.
And to the principals, I provide them a report that is the next layer of detail yet, which gives them that information. What are the programs that are being sourced to? What is the specific grant? What is the level of staffing? Because there are different individual jobs within the 200 job class, and so that is available and is the next level of detail.
The reason I ask is, for any of us that have been in Lewis Palmer Elementary, there's not a single classroom that's just got 12 students in it. That's why I was curious, like how that calculates.
Well, and that becomes a big part of what people get, see confusion or interpret as confusion,
Mm-hmm.
is because when you look at things like counselors and specials teachers and things like that, it does a lot to affect an average like that, which is personally why I don't like to budget with this as a leading indicator. This should be a lagging or a trailing indicator. What does this mean at the end of the day?
Would it be possible to take those counselors and put them in a different class so that there's a more reflective student-teacher ratio?
We can do any number of things. We can add more detail. We can recategorize. You know, what I'm reflecting here is the way that things are categorized according to the official chart of accounts. When we say that specifically, that's why I say the 200 job class. But we could be more specific and say just specific classroom teachers, 201 job class versus 202s and 210s and 215s. You know, there's all kinds of things in there. So yes, if that's what you would direct me to do, I can do that.
You know, it's not what I would direct you to do. It's really to try and make it a meaningful number. The student-teacher ratio should be reflective of what the student-teacher ratio is in the classroom. It should be that, because what we want to do is communicate as close to reality as possible. It has nothing to do with what I want.
Well, it's technically a student to staff in the building ratio, isn't it? Or student to certified staff?
Student
So
certified, yes.
I mean, I guess you
The-
could
I-
just relabel it that way, and it would be meaningful really only in comparison to either another school or another
But that's the key.
aspect, right?
What you're asking is, or what you're suggesting is, what do we want to communicate? And in my mind, I always think, I want to know how we compare. I want to look at our peer group. What's available on the CDE website, if anything, that would give us this kind of analysis? And then moreover, you know, my wife was a teacher for a long time. Student-teacher ratio is a common, I thought, a pretty common ratio.
It's something that sounds really simple. It should be very simple.
Well, even
But do all districts, I mean, how do you know their case in point? How do you know they are calculating it the same way we would be?
Exactly, and that's
You don't know
that's
that you would
that's
know
why.
that, so then you could try to get to a comparable, but without doing more research into how do they do it, I don't know that it would be a valid comparison.
So if I can share, the reason I think it would be valuable is to compare to ourselves. If I'm looking at the student count on that student count page, for example, and I'm looking at Bear Creek, or I'm looking at you know, any school that has increased or decreased. I mean, we have it by grade. Like, let's take Prairie Winds Elementary School. I don't know how many students went into, how many first grades, how many second grades, and how many students are in. We used to do that sometimes, periodically, not every month, but on a periodic basis, show each school and how many classrooms of which grades and how many students are in those classrooms. And I think that also is helpful to know where are we when we're doing our building planning. When not, we don't plan, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I'll just
plan.
weigh in. The traditional class size for where students are assigned to, what grade level, and how many kids are in each of those classes is I mean, that's actually a pretty easy thing to produce. So I think what I'm hearing is that would communicate an additional layer of information that's helpful for additional analysis. And we don't want to lose sight of the fact that we're not just talking about classroom teachers when we're allocating staffing. So I think we can do both and draw more attention to that. Because if you also look at our policy on the range, class size ranges, particularly at the elementary level, I think it would be helpful to show where are we within those ranges, or where perhaps are we when we're not within a range.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, there's always conversation about adding a teacher or a general education classroom teacher to a particular grade level that may have a higher number of students. And then the other way to look at that at a secondary level is the average size of classes across core curriculum as well as elective. So I think we can add some additional reference for that purpose as well.
So I'm on the same page as you, I believe, where the
Okay.
first school is Lewis Palmer, right?
LPE, uh-huh.
And I see total EHC, which I'm assuming is the head count.
Employee head count.
And that's 54. And I see 399 funded students.
Yeah.
So if I do the math, that's how I get to 12.813. Is that correct?
No, because you'd only be looking at the 28.1 and the 3 of the 54, not the total staff.
Only the 200 job class on that one.
Okay, but the 399 is accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I look at the 399, and this is as of December,
This is the October count number, not.
Oh, so it doesn't tie back.
It ties back to how we're funded.
So on the Lewis Palmer line, I see 399 versus we've actually got 407 that are attending, and we've got that.
On that particular report, yeah.
Understand. So when you say funded, that essentially means October count.
Yes.
All the way down.
Not essentially, literally.
I'm sorry?
Said not essentially, literally. Yes, that is
So,
October
so
count.
not flexible budget, amended budget. I got it.
Total funded count.
Well, see, that's a little confusing to me too, because I understand the logic of wanting to know that, but in reality, what we're dealing with is the real head count every month and the student-teacher ratio that's actually in the classroom. And I feel like we're avoiding that.
No, I would disagree with that. We're not avoiding it. We're staying true to how the funding is being derived, and if that's how the funding is being derived, then that's how the spend can be projected and can be allocated.
We're agreeing, Brett. You're staying true to funding, which is the budgetary approach. I'm talking about the head count that's actually there and the number of teachers that are, what's that ratio? And that's not this, clearly.
No.
So,
but it's not materially different either.
Well, okay, so that's the question then, right? Well, what information is useful to the principal, to the teachers, to the board, to the community?
I think it depends on what we're working toward understanding or accomplishing. So, I mean, we can produce a very high level review, or detailed as we want to go into, here's the number of kids, here's how many classrooms are assigned to, here's the numbers that demonstrate the ratio that results. What does that yield? I think it just depends on what other questions are we asking for in that exchange.
So,
Dr. Summers?
Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
Sure.
Thanks, Guy. I'm going to ask what may be an overly remedial question. Is this data, which is wonderful data and great deep dive analysis, valuable from an academic standpoint and from a pedagogical standpoint?
Trying to think of the best way to answer that. It's not, I don't think, an academic exercise as much as it is understanding here's the numbers in terms of staffing formula that we're currently working with.
Is there something you would like the board to do with this data?
This specific data set, or in general to the whole report, or I guess help me.
I feel like this is something we should dive into if we have a need to, but it's great data probably if you operate a building and if a building reports into you. I'm just wondering if this is necessary for the board to go through.
What?
Go ahead.
What I would suggest with this data is to receive it over time and see, number one, how it fluctuates over time. 815 one month will be 820 the next month. It'll be
observe trends and deltas, right?
Observe trends, but get a general feel for what numbers are where, so that when we get into budget conversations for a new coming fiscal year and we start talking about what are the decision points, what are the trade-offs, this is a familiar piece of information for you to refer to.
Right, because it shows the repercussions of making changes.
Yeah, and or Ron, I think Tiffany might have said this earlier, that as we have the trends and the data available to us, it should help us inform when construction needs to take place, right? That there is a capacity issue.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, it's a good start, is what it is. But much like the capital budget, I don't think we're all the way there yet, because I'm not sure we know the total utilization of this data. And if it's simply for the board or for me, that's not helpful. It needs to be, how does the principals see this? How do they look at it? How do they interpret it? There's a lot more for me to learn here before I could express what the purpose of the information is. What are we communicating here?
I think that's helpful for us as we're processing through how we're making sense of and utilizing the data to inform decision making and education. I would say that, alluding back to our earlier conversation. How are we using this to help our community understand what is happening right now, what is current state? And I do think there's a lot of opportunity to drive toward what options or potentials exist with this. Didn't just happen by accident. So what's the story really around it? Where have we been? Where are we now? Where are we going with all of this?
And does it drive decisions, right? I mean, if it's not driving any decisions, it's just fun math, there's no value. It's data.
Sure.
So what we're looking for is information that will drive decisions.
And I think it will as we keep going forward and as we shape that narrative in more detail.
That's totally the intention of it. Let me go to, and so let me just go a little bit further. So going from page 57 where we have all the elementary schools, page 58 where we have the secondary schools, we also have homeschool and preschool. We go through the departments on page 59. Again, this is all just data, and mostly it's if you want to ask a question about what you saw on the very first page of graphs, it's all here.
And it's better data than I've seen so far.
The next.
So thank you for that.
I understand.
It is better.
A page that adds a different twist or different piece of information, context to it, is on page 60, where we show staffing by fund source. And what's, I think, particularly useful about this is to understand how much of our staff is being paid through grants, which of those grants are going to continue, and which of those grants may expire. Right now, we of course have had this opportunity of ESSER funding, which we've leveraged well, but there's 13 people being paid out of ESSER, and ESSER will go away. And so that will be part of something that will have to be considered in terms of that whole decision-making process, trade-offs, cost benefit, if you will, whatever, however you want to be reviewing it. And I want people to have this information so that they can use that for that decision-making purpose. Another way that I demonstrate that is through the chart that's on the following page, where I'm really breaking up staffing by, again, those funding sources. What is coming from general and local funding is what is in the stacked bar chart. And so you'll see there how it builds up from elementary school and secondary school, et cetera. Again, this is general and local funding. And then the specifically funded or the grant funded set is in the big pie chart next to it. And so what are the sources of funding for those staff, and therefore what is that staff dedicated toward? So those are the main things I wanted to show you in terms of what is new and different. I guess, actually, no, there's one more thing I would want to show you.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What does EMP stand for? Generally funded EMP headcount.
Employees.
Employees, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You answered all my questions. Every page you went to, I had written down to ask questions.
All right. Well,
You had
good.
one more thing you were going to show us, though?
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to show you is it's just a note of where we are at in the fiscal year. And if I go all the way back to page 2, which is the summary of all funds, and we've had quite a bit of conversation on this in past, but what I want to draw your attention to right now is Fund 31. Fund 31 is where we make bond redemption, we make bond payments, and this is a fund that has a spike of activity in December. And so what you see is that our expenses for Fund 31 would have been floating along close to zero all the way through October, November, and then we make bond payments in December, and that's the majority of the spend for the year that happens out of that fund. And so it shows 92% spent. That's okay, that's good, because that's when the payments were made, and all we have left is another interest payment in June. So just an interesting thing too that you can see. And I wanted to show you how you could see that happening here.
Mr. Ridgway, I did have a question on this page.
Okay.
On this very same page that you're on, where it says that Fund 14, that MLO operations, and it says
Mhm.
0. Says 0 right now, and that's because that would have been if the MLO had passed, right?
Yes, and this is also where I want to have the 1999 MLO housed in the future. I just haven't had time to get to it yet.
Never mind, I don't have a question then, because that was my question.
Okay.
It's getting better. You'll have to keep educating us, though, when you keep making changes. But the changes are good.
Good. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Matt? Maybe I lost Matt. Ron, any comments or questions?
No, thank you.
Tiffany or Teresa? No. Okay, let's move on to the amended budget.
Okay. Once again, Brett Ridgway, Chief Business Officer, bringing to you items of amended budget potential for you to consider. So the first file I would bring up here is this one called Amended Budget Summary. And it has 22 pages that we'll walk through. All right, maybe not all of them. So again, so I'm coming on board here and making observations and bringing maybe different styles and different strategies to the table than what you had before. So really, everything that will be in the following pages is kind of comes to a summary focal point on the appropriation resolution that's shown here on the second page. Because this is really, as I said before, this is the statutory task that you have, is to set the appropriation. That gets translated into setting a budget, which also then includes revenue and expenses and et cetera. The appropriation is all about spend. And so a strategy is, what is your strategy of setting the appropriation? Because yes, there can be different strategies to that. And so one of the things I'm trying to indicate here is about which funds have an appropriation of beginning fund balance and which I am recommending we do not necessarily appropriate beginning fund balance. What you would see right off the very top here is the District General Fund number 10, the original adopted appropriation of $65.7 million included all of the fund balance for the general fund. My recommendation for the revised appropriation is just the expense projection, because I don't feel that we should be over appropriating a fund that should not be over appropriated. We should not be in giving ourselves that much cover to not be good enough in our budgeting process to be able to exceed our expense budget. So that's why I'm recommending the reduction of appropriation in the general fund. We're not changing the expenses, we're just not appropriating the whole fund balance as well. Conversely, you can see I listed Insurance Reserve Fund number 18 and the Colorado Preschool Fund number 19. Neither of those funds were budgeted. When you approved the budget in June, it did not have a budget for those two funds. So I'm putting a budget for those two funds, recommending a budget for those two funds here, which does include beginning of year fund balance. And the reason to do that is because those two funds have specific purposes. The Insurance Reserve Fund, again, this is not for benefits program, this is for property and liability insurance. So our main payment of property and liability insurance premiums come out of this fund. This is where co-payments come into play. If we make a claim and there's a payment that we have to make alongside the claim, it comes from this. Workman's comp comes out of this fund as well. And so it's one of those funds that we want to fund as we should, but we don't need to store fund balance in here. And so whatever fund balance we have, we can appropriate, we should appropriate to include in the budget. The Colorado Preschool Program is one that you might not necessarily appropriate the full beginning of your fund balance, but due to the changes coming in early education, I thought this year would be appropriate to do that. And so that's why that includes beginning year fund balance there. You'll see a large change in the grants funds 22. I think this original budget of $3.7 million was just a very low number to start, not a very accurate number. And so it's not that we've generated $2 million of extra grant revenue since June. I don't think we accounted for all of it in the budget, in the original budget. On the opposite side of the fence about the whole bond, our beginning of year fund balance thing is in the bond fund, Fund 31. That original appropriation of $13.3 million included the entire fund balance. Everything that happens in the bond fund is very prescribed. There's no reason to appropriate a fund balance there when we have specific payments that we'll be making. We know exactly what those payments are, when they will be, and that we are budgeting, and therefore our appropriation should be very fixed on that. So that's just a summary of what this page shows you. I do have the MA is in here. Their data isn't updated. I did just get an amended budget idea from them before I walked into the meeting here. So I have not really reflected that, even though I included that in the board docs. I haven't even looked at that package yet. So that's the high-level summary of the appropriation. The next page should be a familiar-looking page for you about
Hold on, Brett.
the individual funds.
So this is the appropriation resolution which we need to pass tonight, correct?
I have a separate document, which is the individual appropriation, which is this appropriation resolution right here. What I'm showing, but it has only the one column of the amended budget appropriation. So what I'm showing you on this page is kind of in that format, in that same exact format of the appropriation resolution. Here's the three pieces of data. Your original budget.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yes.
The answer to my question was yes. And did you look at the total of MA? Because it wouldn't be that hard to fix this to align with whatever their number is, would it?
It probably wouldn't be, but no, I have not looked at it yet. I have not had time. Like I said, I got it before I walked into the meeting.
My inclination would be to get that number. It may not be material, but I don't know. It wouldn't be that hard to get it, would it? Find their total number, because that's all you're doing is their total. Is there a reason you wouldn't want to do it?
They haven't approved it yet. That would be the first reason.
Okay.
Second reason is I'd like to review it and see what's in it, and what is their strategy, to understand their strategy, and are they doing things completely enough? You know, when we're working on the audit, you know, I see that they have 5 different funds in play. And yet what I see in this original appropriation was only one fund being appropriated. And so why is that? So I have questions.
Right, but let's.
I'm just saying that's why I didn't just receive it tonight and slam it right in there.
You got it. Their CFO resigned, right?
Yes.
Correct.
So the dilemma is we have to approve this by January 31st. Their CFO left. You need time to get comfortable with what you see that's not approved.
Yeah, it's a conundrum.
So how do we want to approach this, board?
So we have to have this approved by January 31st, correct?
Statutorily speaking, yes.
Okay. Do we have the ability to approve it of our funds without MAs, or do we actually need both? And if that's the case, do we need to call a special meeting either by Zoom, or we've only got, what, we got till...
We've got a week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's basically the way I've presented this, is our revised data proposed with what was originally, so no change for them yet.
So we could make a motion to say that we move to approve the appropriation resolution as presented, pending Monument Academies.
You don't even have to do it pending, because you can pass as many different amended budgets as you want.
Okay.
You don't have to just pass one amended budget. You can pass an amended budget tonight, and you could have a special meeting and say, here's a new amended budget.
Okay.
But I think what she was trying to say is we want to, MA is pending. It's not approved. So we have a number in there that's not final. And we're going to appropriate for it, but it's subject to change to their final approval.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is you can change it once you get their approval.
But probably not before next Tuesday.
I don't know exactly what their schedule is. I think their schedule is to do
Thursday.
it sometime this week.
So we could approve this, and then you could communicate with us if there's a change.
May I ask you a question?
In which, hold on just a
What
minute,
happens if
Mr.
we don't
Schwartz.
approve this on January 31st?
Can you say that again, Ron?
Pardon me?
Ron asked what happens if we don't approve it by January 31st. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, what happens? Thanks. Yeah, what happens?
We didn't meet statute.
No, it's not.
Do we get fined? Do we get fined?
No, there's nothing. All that happens is the original appropriation sticks. You've passed
Until, can we approve this? Can we approve the proper appropriation on February 7th, for example?
Not unless there is a revenue impact that drives the change. That's the difference between an amended budget and a supplemental budget.
Okay. Okay, so there's,
like I was
I guess where I'm going is there any, here's where I'm going. Is there any teeth to the January 31st deadline?
Any what?
Teeth. Is there anything that's
Teeth?
holding us to a January 31st deadline?
Is there anything compelling?
I would, for the district operated budget, there are changes that we are proposing, most notably the one-time payment to staff. And if we did not approve a budget amendment and we end up exceeding the appropriation because the original appropriation because of that, which of course I guess theoretically we wouldn't since we appropriated the whole fund balance, but
Would would probably affect, would it affect our audit?
no, it would be a slap on the wrist type of thing, letter from the state saying, hey, you exceeded your appropriation.
I guess here's where I'm going, if I may. We shouldn't be in this situation in the first place. We shouldn't be doing diving catches right before a deadline. But for now, we're here, and my question is, are we going to make a mistake by rushing it? And are there any teeth if we miss this deadline? Are there any negatives?
Well, Ron, we're not rushing. I don't believe, Brett, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not rushing the appropriation approval for the district. It's just that we don't know what MA is. So like Tiffany was saying, subject to theirs, we can approve it and are comfortable approving it.
Correct.
We can't. Perfect. Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, good idea. Okay.
Question becomes, subject to what?
Subject to them presenting an approved budget that their board has approved and that they are asking the district board to approve as well.
And do we have any indication of when? Is that what they submitted and you just saw before you came in, or
they sent me?
You said it was unapproved still.
Yeah, they sent me. Here's what they are going to present to their board for approval
this week.
I believe is later this week.
Okay. So in my mind, once you get a chance to review it, if you're comfortable, then they're going to approve it this week. My inclination would be to change the one line item based on whatever gets approved, so that we're.
I would agree with that. What I would ask is don't hold up the rest of the district waiting for that one line item, because we can change that one line item.
Well, that's what subject to is, I guess, right? We can do a resolution to approve this subject to that MA approval.
Okay. I guess what I'm saying is you don't have to do the subject to. You can just approve the resolution and then be presented another resolution.
By
semantics.
By January 31st. Yeah. So there would have to be a special meeting. Yeah. And we could do it by Zoom, and we could do it pretty efficiently.
But on the chance that there might not be a special meeting, I'd rather have the district stuff done.
So that our part is already.
Yeah, the district operated stuff.
And how would it be that we wouldn't have a special meeting only if they come in at 16,223,949, right? Because that's what
or less.
We'd be approving.
They can come in less, and it'd be fine. But if they want to spend more, that's when it becomes an issue.
So clearly, what are you asking us to do?
To approve the proposed amended budget as presented.
so I see what you've done, but in the past, last couple years, since through COVID and so forth, we've usually had just a summary of changes of spending, and this doesn't lay that out. This is interesting data. But
No, that
where's
would
the
be going to
information?
page 3.
Deeper? Thank you.
On page 3, we list all the individual funds. The column headings here are the current budget and the original budget. I'm sorry it says full year and year to date. I should have said that they're both full year data sets. So here, for example, in Fund 10, under Fund 10 expenditures, you can see the amended budget proposal is 53.057 because the original budget proposal was 52.057. So that's your $1 million of change of expenditures related to the one-time payment we made 2 weeks ago.
So that column, if we just go down that column,
That difference column?
we'll have the amendments to budget.
Yes.
So insurance reserve, you sort of summarized already.
Right, because there's nothing in the original budget for 18 or 19.
Same thing with the preschool.
The grants, as I mentioned, these were just low. This was a low ball number in that original budget. So this is our current best number.
And the capital Fund 43, the $1.2 million. Now, this is interesting because so our original budget had 10 million. Does that include the Snyder?
No, your original budget had $8.7 million, and yes, that includes the Snyder. It didn't include all of the fund balance. So fund balance was in sometimes it wasn't. For me, it was kind of almost exactly opposite the way that I am suggesting here, and so I'm suggesting to appropriate fund balance as well, so increasing it from 8.7 to 10 million.
So this is inconsistent with the earlier presentation because in the earlier presentation we had 0.44% of CRV, and you told me it didn't include the Snyder, but here it does.
The presentation that we were talking before was focused on revenue. It's $2 million right here, and it was $2 million in the original budget. It'll still be $2 million. We were focusing on
expenditures. I don't recall anything about.
We were talking about funding projects, and I said the funding of those projects happened in the prior year. That's why it was in fund balance. The funding this year was only new money of $2 million. So it's both.
So when I go to the far right, that's where I see the beginning of the year fund balance in 43.
Yes, and so the beginning of year fund balance, $8.1 million. So that's what included that previously funded work or a project for Schneider, and then to that got added $2 million of new money.
I just
for this year.
To jump around to keep up with you because I was going down there with one assumption and then
And so what I'm projecting here is, it doesn't completely appropriate the entire fund balance, but the vast majority of it.
I see it now. No, it's I have to look at more than just this one column. Okay, so just to be really clear, Dr. Summers and Brett, we're going to make a motion to approve the amended budget as presented, and then if the MA approved appropriation comes in less, we're good.
Correct.
The only way we'll have to amend or do another one, because it's not an amendment, it's a final one, I guess.
Correct.
And it has to be done by the 31st, is if they come in higher.
Yes.
Correct.
Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes.
The third MA proposed revised budget, is that different than, is that the one they're presenting to us?
That's the one that I just got.
Okay.
And so I just went ahead
So we
and put
do
it
have
in
it in
here,
front of
even though
us.
I haven't even looked at it yet. So you would have it.
Oh, in board docs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the total?
I have not looked at it yet.
It is general total revenues.
Total 12.687.
Oh,
so it's less.
I see 12 point.
So we should be okay.
And you're going to review it and get up to speed, and they haven't approved it, and so it's still iffy, but it appears that it's going to be less than what's in this current request for approval.
For their general fund. And so my questions are really going to be focused on non-general fund, their non-general fund items.
They had deferred. What's the D? Oh, it says that line, DC. Well, I'm not going to get into there. Sorry.
DSCR.
Yeah. So let me make a motion to approve the amended budget for fiscal year 2023 as presented.
Second.
Comments or questions? Ron?
None, thank you.
Tiffany?
I'm good.
Teresa? Ms. Wood?
Did we lose Mr. Clausen?
We did, I think so.
Ms. Phillips?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye.
Mr. Ridgway, anything else you want to share before we conclude this aspect of it?
I don't think so.
It's a lot of data, and I hope over the next months, years, we get to a crisp, clean information sharing, which I'm sure we will, but I think having some time is helpful too, to see how we use the information, what's its purpose, and when I say we, I mean that's all stakeholders, not just board, right?
Agreed.
All right, our next agenda item is C6.
Thank you.
Consider approve policy revision, second reading, IHCDA, concurrent enrollment, BDF, advisory committees. Welcome back, Amber.
Thank you. I'd like to start with IHCDA, concurrent enrollment.
May I do something first? Can I make the
Sure.
motion? I'd like to make a motion to approve the revisions to policies IHCDA concurrent enrollment and BDF advisory committees as presented.
Second.
Okay, now let's go through the presentation and we'll have comments and questions along the way.
Okay. I don't have a presentation for IHCDA. I did want to follow up on a question that was asked at the first reading. You will remember that the proposed changes have to do with change in legislation that requires us to not ask families to pay back tuition for concurrent enrollment classes if students don't complete them or pass the courses. So there was a question that was posed regarding how many students typically have in the past been charged in these instances, and in the past 5 years there has been 9 students, all of which were in the 1920 school year, likely due to COVID. That's all I have to share on that policy. Did you have other questions regarding that policy? Okay, and then we also shared proposed changes to BDF at the December board meeting. What I'd like to draw attention to is this slide, which has been modified pretty significantly based on feedback that we received from the PCAC earlier this month. And so while we didn't intend for this slide to be, the original slide looked a little bit different and there was somewhat of a hierarchy of committees, we've changed that to better represent that all of these committees, whether they are board appointed, required by state or federal laws, whether they are ad hoc or community task force groups, are all equally important and all have influence to decision making through central administration and the Board of Education.
Can I ask a question here? So building and school advisory committees, would that be the committee that Chris is working with at the various buildings? Are they the ones that you talk to about, or does that have nothing to do with capital?
No, that's the staff collaboration committee over here.
That's the back.
Well, the back, is that a committee that Chris works with?
No. It's not to say that the building advisory committees couldn't have voice into facility modifications or upgrades. However, their work is essentially aligned to what happens at the DAC level. So those are the site-based groups that meet on a monthly basis. And then their representation feeds the DAC or Parent and Community Advisory Committee. So it's more comprehensive than just facilities.
Understood. So the question then becomes, is that's, I don't know, was it priority 5 or 6? I don't know what number it is.
The priority that Chris is spending time in is priority 5.
Okay, so is priority 5 a part of the back or not?
So the building and school advisory committees provide input to the principal on building priorities. So certainly if there were facility recommendations, then along with curriculum, along with community engagement initiatives, all of those priorities would be discussed at the building level.
So is it safe for me to say that a back is essentially focused on a site?
Yes.
Whereas the
DAC,
SPAC or
PCAC.
DAC is now the district-wide, and the back, are they members of DAC as well, or are they unique?
There are representatives as well as other broader community representatives.
Good, got it. Thank you.
And that's all I had to update you on regarding this policy as well, but I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have.
The community advisory committee, the parent community advisory committee gave a lot of input, and this was a good discussion. A lot of good feedback that were unintended aspects that I don't think when we looked at it, and they were seeing it as like a flow chart, as a hierarchical flow chart, instead of its understanding, we wanted to make sure that Amber did a good job of showing that they have equal voice at the table. Again, I would just advocate that a board member or two engage at the staff collaboration committee as well. And I can do that. I would love to see some other board members too.
There's separate meetings for each site then, right?
The staff collaboration committee is a representative group of staff from all sites and departments. So that particular committee is a cross-section of our employees. The BAC or the SACs are the respective building or site level committees.
And Tiffany, I'm sorry, I may have not heard you correctly. So where are you looking for?
Staff collaboration, I believe. I'm sorry, is that correct? So we have a meeting on Wednesday, and we are happy to share that invite with you. So whoever may be able to make it, you're more than welcome.
That's the SCC one.
Got it.
Yep.
I have a question regarding the staff collaboration committee. I've been asked a couple times, and I think I know the answer, but I want to verify. Staff collaboration committee consists of staff from our buildings because we're looking at specific D38 staffing, compensation, calendar, culture, capacity. Have we asked, invited, or is it not appropriate to ask or invite Monument Academy to the table on that particular one?
On that particular committee, we see the difference between our district employees and our district operated schools as having obviously our pay schedules, our policies, our practices being unique to those schools. So we're really not trying to be exclusive. It's just a function of what's most relevant. And so that would be an example of a committee where Monument Academy staff don't necessarily have the same dynamics at play.
Sure,
Yep.
sure, that makes sense. I mean, we have different budgets. We're partners in our community, but we're also still separate organizations.
In that respective committee, it would not be a good use of their time to attend a meeting that really doesn't ultimately influence the actions or decisions that take place unique to them.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Wood?
Ms. Phillips?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you guys did on this.
I think it's an improvement because we did have quite a bit of feedback that helped us get to a better place.
With the goal and the aim of having more voices at the table. So I think it's good forward thinking too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Comments or questions? Hearing none, Ms. Wood?
Ms. Phillips?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye.
All right. E1, board self-reflection. Have I worn y'all down enough yet that we have no reflection?
It's way past my bedtime.
Do you want to go in order?
Go ahead, Tiffany.
All I was going to say is that I thought that the information that was presented tonight was really valuable because I think being focused on staff compensation and how we approach rewarding and retaining excellent staff is our number one priority, but it's not the only priority. And so the fact that we're looking at this bigger picture to make sure that we don't put other things on the back burner while we're moving forward with compensation, I appreciate. That's all I have to say.
Ron, any reflections?
No reflections. Thank you, Chris.
Teresa?
None.
Okay, well, I too, I'd like to thank everybody for their work and their effort, and I do hope that, we'll, over the next quarter, essentially, come to see the big picture over the next budget year and beyond, so that we can really start defining where the real shortcomings are. And with that, we can adjourn until February's meeting.